and took us to that new season. And what that means is that at 2020, the software running the universe expired and a new software was activated. Today is not the day to go deep into all of that. So we entered into a new season in 2020. COVID came and took our world up. Our world is coming down gradually, but they will never come to this point again. So what that means is that we need to raise the bar. We need to take responsibility, because responsibility is the name of the new game. And for everyone in this meeting tonight, this morning, everyone that are part of this, both online and offline, we have great speakers. You can see them here. We have Dr. Daniel, all the way from United Kingdom. This young man you are seeing here has been in the real estate for 20 years. I was with him in UK some weeks ago. He will soon join us. So I don't want us to take this moment for granted at all. Remember, we need to know the weight of the season and where we are in the clock of human journey. We are not in ordinary times. Everybody can shout, Happy New Year. Happy New Year has become a general mantra. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. If you shout Happy New Year and nothing is new about the year, because what makes the year new is the newness. Many of us sat down and we designed goals, resolution. Everybody is wise in January. By February, the graph will start dropping. By March, April, poop. So we are here today. You can see Dr. Aruna there. These are people that have been in sales for years. They have proven track record. We are not bringing people that, you see, like I was sharing with yesterday somewhere where I went to train yesterday. A company begged me. I said, I have a program today. They said, please, just come and talk to us for 2 hours. I told them on that platform that I don't teach sales. I don't mentor people on sales because I've read books on sales. Or because I research. If I can, my book is outside there. We're going to talk about it later. I researched over 30 sales books to write the book you are seeing there. 30. Over 30 books. So I don't teach sales or mentor people on sales because I've read books or because I've researched on sales. But I do that more because I have been on the field for 20 years. If you want to clap, clap. You see this Emma Plaza, this new Emma you are seeing here. We started sales in that complex, 2004-05. That the whole of Emma was empty. In fact, the place I had my program yesterday was in, what's it called? Patako Christian Area 11. I told them, I can tell you door to door, house to house, street to street, Port Harcourt Christian, as far back as 2004, 2005, when we start selling. So we don't teach sales because we have research books or because we've auto book. And everyone here, we're going to bring knowledge, usable knowledge that have been over the years. You can see Dr. Ugochukwu, all the way from Lagos. He's in Abuja. He will join us very shortly. And you can see the great man. Please, let's celebrate Salem King. The youngest. Celebrate. I believe he's the youngest, right? And I'm so honored. You see, when I was in Glow, I met with a great man many years ago. And since that time till now, we're always everywhere together. And he's also a salesman like me. And that's the father of Salem King. Please help me welcome Dr. Ibrahim. Please, let's celebrate him, please. That's his father. So we have all the panelists that will be part of this conversation. So please give your undivided attention. The goal of knowledge is transformation. And when you receive knowledge, knowledge should take you from point A to point B. Every knowledge you receive on any platform, whether it's in church, in mosque, anywhere, that cannot take you from point A to point B, we can't describe that as usable knowledge. And finally, knowledge. One of my mentors says that when complexity is intensified, we need to turn onto knowledge. And that's why I started by saying that we are not in ordinary time at all. And when you receive knowledge, knowledge is to simplify complexity. So please be present in this. You see, many people are around, but are not present. Give us your undivided attention and be part of this program today. And I know that at the end of this meeting, even you will testify that we have not wasted our time and resources, and we have not also wasted your time. You can see the theme, the art of closing this. And I always say it anywhere. In sales, almost doesn't count. Nobody will report Femi Joshua almost closed the deal. Femi Joshua almost, and activity does not connote progress. You can be on one spot, left, right, you are sweating. I say, this guy is busy working, but it's not making progress. So activity does not connote progress. You can be on one spot and you are sweating there. You're not making progress. So you have come to this meeting this weekend to learn proven strategies of closing deals. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this program this weekend. And for some of us that have not subscribed for the VIP Masterclass, my God, tomorrow we're going to meet in Transcorp, exclusive session. Today, we just touched on a few things, but tomorrow we'll be there. So please, if you still want to be part of us tomorrow, we have some of our VIPs that have subscribed. Please, we'll share the details later, and you can be part of this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sales Power Conference 2025. So when I say the Sales Power Conference, you say raising sales champion. Is that okay? Or empowering sales champion. The Sales Power Conference. The Sales Power Conference. The Sales Power Conference. See, I need energy in the room. Some days ago, permit me to, I'm a person of faith, right? And I make a lot of reference to scripture. Do you know that? I was sharing somebody yesterday. When they got to the wall of Jericho, God gave instruction to Joshua. Shout! And blow the trumpet. So I asked, ordinary shout, how will just shouting bring down the wall and the blast of trumpet? For every time they are raising their voices, there's an energy, there's a dynamo, there's a force that proceeds, and gradually the wall started sinking. You know the wall of Jericho did not fall. You know this popular song, the wall of Jericho fell down flat. The wall of Jericho fell down flat. The wall of Jericho did not fall down flat, sank by shouting. Let's rise on our feet as we shout that the Sales Power Conference, the Sales Power Conference. I need energy in the room. The Sales Power Conference. Thank you and God bless.
The Sales Power Conference. Thank you so kindly, sir. Are we ready to soak up from the wealth of knowledge available to us today? Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, so before we go into that, let's electrify the room a little bit. So we're going to have an activity. When you hear any word with the letter M, the men are standing, the women are seated. So when you hear any word with the letter F, the women are standing, the men are seated. Are we ready? Are we ready? Thank you. So the first is just a dry run. I will make. So the men will stand. Women will sit. I will make you fishers. The men are sitting. The women are standing. Right? Fishers of men. Thank you. Fishers of men. Fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Thank you. Now we understand this activity. Now there is an implication to this. So if you are a man and you're standing where there is an F, we will enroll you in Bobrisky Institute. Do you want that? So if you don't want that, then we have to stick to our agenda. And then if you're a woman and you're standing where there is an F, we'll confuse you to be a male. So this is an activity to test our agenda. So let's do that. One more time, and let's get energized for the next speaker. Are we ready? Are we ready? So we want to hear the female voice now. Female in the house, are you ready? Let's see if the male are going to beat the female's voice. Male in the house, are you ready? So who has it? You be the judge. So let's go. I will make you fishers of men. Fishers of men. Fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. You should get an award. Thank you so kindly. Thank you. You were amazing. Can you please put your hands together for yourselves? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is a brilliant mind for storytelling. Trust me when I say that he is a dynamic content creator. So he has an unmatched ability to captivate his audience. If you are seated here and you want to learn how to turn your ideas into a viral sensation, our next speaker should be your best bet. But don't just take my word for it. I want you to be the judge as we listen to the media team roll out his profile. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about Salem King. Can the media do justice to his profile? Thank you so kindly.
Salem King is a creator, teacher, and social media influencer dedicated to advancing the African creator economy and building a new core of creative storytellers. Having trained over 3,000 emerging creators, his impact has earned him a TFAA nomination and partnerships with top brands such as Spotify, YouTube, Stanbic IBTC, and more. His engaging and empowering content has built a vibrant community of over 180,000 followers who share a passion for growth and storytelling. Through his work, Salem inspires a generation and remains a leading voice, driving innovation and community in the digital space. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation and a round of applause, make welcome Salem King.
We are talking about a dynamic content creator with a superpower to turn your vision into a viral sensation. That hands can be bigger and better. The louder we clap, the faster he's here. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you so much. Please take your seats. Dr. FJ, please, can we have this event next week again so they can make another video like this for me? I really like how I look in it. Just before I start, please share the link. We're live on YouTube, so just search for Dr. Femi Joshua on YouTube and just share the link. We're already live on YouTube for any of your friends who you think, and Facebook also, for any of your friends who are not here and you believe they would benefit from this event. All right. Dr. FJ, thank you so much for having me. I'm absolutely honored to be here. I turned 30 this year, so I've been feeling very old. But, in this flyer, I feel so good right now. I'm feeling young. I'm like, yes, I'm in the right company. So thank you so much for having me. Your impact, Dr. FJ, I've known you for a long time, but you've not known me for very long. But your impact has been felt in my life over a long period of time. Your heart for people, that's something that has always translated as far back as I have known you and followed your work. So thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor. And I would like to honor someone very special and important to me, pivotal to my journey. Everything I have, all the work that I'm able to do, my curious mind, how open my mind is to the world, the exposure I have, and just the person I've become as a storyteller and creator and just an audacious business person in general. I owe all of that to my father, Dr. Sam Ibrahim. And I don't know if a lot of people get to experience this in their lifetime, like watching their children speak like this, but it's such an honor. Which means I have very big shoes to fill today. Every other place I speak, I'm just having fun, but my dad is here, so I have to be serious. Altogether, thank you so much. So before we start, I want us to do something really quick. I want you guys to stand up, but don't stand up yet. There are very clear instructions about this activity we're about to do. I want you to stand up, and I want you to clap for yourself for 5 seconds. And wait now. And when you sit down, I want you to sit at the edge of your seat. Do you understand that? The reason why you need to clap for yourself is today is Saturday. You could be at a wedding, you could be sleeping, you could be doing laundry, you could be doing anything, but you decided to be here. So I want you to applaud yourself. So real quick, I want you to stand, and I want you to clap for yourself for 5 seconds. And when you sit down, sit at the edge of your seat. Please, did you get that on camera? Okay, it's important because when I go home, I'm going to tell my wife that I got a standing ovation before I even started. And I'm going to tell her I kept you at the edge of your seats. I'm so honored to be at this meeting, at this event, because it is in places like this that people's lives change permanently. A lot of times you hear someone's story, and sometimes they can even tell you the exact date, that it was on 1st of January 2007, I was at so-and-so place, this person said so-and-so, I wrote it down, and this is directly connected to where I am. So I want you to not take for granted the company of people that you're in. I am so honored to be the first person speaking, because at an event like this, you don't want to be the one to speak after any of these people. So I'm so happy that I'm the first. It can only go up from here, So it's good for me. We're talking about the art of closing deals. Now, the first step in closing any deal is selling, right? It's sales. In order for you to be able to close any deal in the first place, you have to be selling. If you're not selling, what are you closing? Do you understand? And the only way to sell is to have something of value. The only way for you to sell is to actually have something of value, which begs the question, what is something of value? Because how many of you have started a business because someone told you, oh, there's money in this thing, it's going to work, and then you started the business, and 1 month later, nothing came out of it? Anybody? Don't worry, no judgment. This is a safe space. We've all been there. Because it is possible for you to have something that you think is something of value, and the market does not need it. Do we agree? It's possible for you to have something and present it to the market, but that's not what they are looking to buy. And because of that, your business never really takes off. So in order to sell, you have to have something of value. So that would mean that selling is difficult for a lot of us because, one, you either do not have something of value, or two, you do not know how to communicate the value of what you have. So it's always one of those two things. It's either you do not have something of value because there is always a market that is willing to part with money for something of value, Or you have something of value, but you do not know how to communicate it. You do not know how to meet the people who need the value that you have to offer. And I think we should ask ourselves, so what is something of value? Ultimately, whatever is of value is something people want or need that they cannot or will not get for themselves. I need you guys to remember that. What is something of value? Something people want, something people need that they either cannot or will not get for themselves. And value is subjective from person to person, which is why I can hear that Wizkid is coming to town and they say the ticket is 50,000 naira and I buy it for 50,000 naira. And then there's somebody else that's like, why would you waste that amount of money on a music ticket? But to me, it is what? It is valuable. So to me, that's not too much money. To somebody else, they would say 50,000 naira is too, I would have used it to do this. For example, there are people who want to invest in real estate. There are people that would take that same 5 million that they could use to buy a land and say, I don't want to buy a land, I want to travel the world. Who are you to tell that person who wants to travel that what they have is not of value because it is not landed property? Do you understand? So value is subjective. Now, selling is something people have become very uncomfortable with in our time, and I don't know why. I sell digital products, so a lot of times I get people who send me a message and say, how do I sell without selling? I want to figure out a way to sell without selling. And I always wonder, why do you want to sell without selling? Why are you so ashamed to sell? Once you go out in the streets now, right, on these Aguriransi streets, before you drive past 3 buildings, how many billboards are you going to see? They are not considering you. They are putting it in your face. They are actively selling all the time. A lot of those companies, they are billionaire companies, which means they don't need to be advertising that hard. And then we, that we have not made our first 1 million naira, you are ashamed on social media, saying, how will I don't want to be seen as if I'm selling. And a huge part of it is our perspective of what sales is flawed. We viewed sales and marketing from the perspective of going to knock on someone's door and convincing them to get something that they don't need. But that's not what selling is. Ultimately, selling that is well done is you finding a need that already exists and positioning yourself as a solution to an already existing problem. That way, selling is not as hard as other people talk about it. All the people who do it so comfortably, they believe in what they are selling. They know the value of what they are offering. In fact, they even feel like they are doing you a favor. Even though you are going to give them money, they realize that the value of what I'm giving you, this money you are giving me, is not even, I'm even helping you with this thing I'm selling to you. And that's how we all need to get to, that's the point we all need to get to with the things that we're selling. But of course, there's a process to get in there, and that's what we're going to talk about. Now, what if there was a way for you to practice selling? What if there was a way for you to practice selling even though you don't have any products, you don't have any service, you don't have any business? What if there was a way for you to actually practice without starting a business? And what I'm about to share with you guys, if you already have a business, if you already have a product, it's going to be valuable to you. It will add a spring to your step with everything that you're already pursuing. So pay attention. In the next few minutes, I'm going to teach you how to sell yourself. Because that is the most important thing you sell before anything else. So even if you don't have a product, you don't have a service, you have what? You have yourself. And there may be someone here who's saying, but I don't have any talent, I don't have any interest, I don't have any passion. We're going to get to you in a minute. All right? So what's the method that I'm about to teach you? What's the method to selling yourself and practicing over time, even if you have nothing at this time? Which nobody has nothing, but we're going to get there. The method is building a personal brand using storytelling. I started making videos sometime in 2017, 2018. Let me tell you a bit of my story. I wasn't consistent. I was just, I had a 9 to 5. I was working in sales and marketing at a real estate company, but I knew I wanted to teach. Ever since I was a teenager, whatever I was learning, I wanted to share with someone. I always had a passion for transferring knowledge, and I knew this since I was young. So in 2019, in January 2019, we're already in February. I wanted to say January like this, but thank God the 100 days of January have passed. But in January 2019, I decided, you know what? This thing that I'm doing as a hobby, I'm going to make 30 videos in 30 days. I'm going to push myself. And I wasn't trying to do anything. I wasn't trying to become a content creator. I wasn't trying to become an influencer. I wasn't trying to promote anything, nothing. I didn't even know any of these things. I just wanted to put out 30 videos in 30 days. And so I started. I was borrowing ring light. I didn't have ring light. I was borrowing ring light from my friend. I didn't have a tripod, so I used to put my phone on a stack of books. And I would just make videos and just talk about, if you scroll on my Instagram, if you have the time, scroll, you'll find it. Go to January 1st, 2019 and confirm what I'm saying. So I started putting videos every day, just talking about anything and everything and teaching in a fun way. Because every time I would see someone teach, I'd be like, isn't there a better way to communicate this so that people can remember for a long time? And I would apply that and share important knowledge, but in like a humorous way. When I started, I had 1,500 followers on Instagram. By the end of that 30 days, I had grown to 5,000 followers. In my mind, I just wanted to go. I thought maybe after 30 days, I'll go from 1,500 to 2,000. But I ended up tripling my following. Over time, people started to ask me, how do you make your videos? How are you able to say so much within such a short time? How do you edit your, if you've never heard of me, my name is Salem King. Please follow me, help my life. But they asked, how do you make your content? How do you do all of this? And I did a class. One time I did a class and I charged 5,000 naira and 100 people signed up. That was the first time in my whole life that I made 500,000 naira. My dad is hearing this for the first time. I was in their house, but they did not know that I was pressing phone. I was making more than my salary at that time. Now, the moment I made 500, my salary was maybe 80K at that time. So that was like 6 months of my salary that I made in 2 days. So I immediately began to plot my escape. Because I'm like, I don't need to do this job anymore. If I'm doing this thing on the side and I'm making this amount, what would it be like if I actually did it full time? And then some months later, I started getting messages from brands. Oh, we love your work. We love the way you do so and so. How much will you charge to promote so and so and so? At the time, I didn't even know that I could charge money to do what I was already doing for free. Right? And just like that, I realized I'm in a place where I'm a content creator. I'm an influencer. I didn't even know what those terms were. I just found myself in that place because I was putting myself out there over a period of time. So what I'm about to teach you is based on my experience. Building a personal brand using storytelling. Has anybody ever heard about personal branding? You've heard the phrase personal brand. Respond to me now. Have you ever heard about personal branding? Amazing. So most commonly, most people just know branding, but they don't know about personal branding. So let's break it down. Branding ultimately is the process of creating a distinct identity for a business. So the colors, the logo, the music around, everything that makes a brand identifiable, right? Now, personal branding, on the other hand, is the act of people promoting themselves and their careers as brands. So it's you thinking about yourself, your existence, your work, your career, your interests as something that can be packaged and put out into the world as a brand. That is something everyone has to do. All the speakers here today, they already do this. There are a lot of CEOs that will not be invited to speak at an event because they do not have a personal brand. For some of them, it works because they just want to run their business. But if you would like to speak, if you would like to impact another generation, having a personal brand is important. Now, I want us to establish one thing. Everyone has a personal brand. Do you agree? Well, everyone has have you intentionally built your personal brand? Has everyone here intentionally built their personal brand? No. So why do you believe everyone has a personal brand? I wish this was a smaller group, we would have argued small, but we don't have a lot of time. But the truth is, everyone has a personal brand, because the simple definition of a personal brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. That's it. What do people say about you when you're not in the room? Whether you think you have, whether you've curated that version of yourself intentionally or not, it already exists in the mind of people. Now, the beauty is with social media, you can shape what that perception will be. 30 years ago, if you wanted to build a personal brand, you had to write a book. You had to be on TV. You had to be a celebrity. The average person could not build a personal brand. It was too expensive. You had to be in the newspaper. You had to be a politician. But now, all you need is a smartphone and an internet connection. Do you realize the privilege we have in this generation? Why would you not leverage that? Literally anybody with a smartphone and an internet connection, you can reach anyone, anywhere in the world with a message. Why wouldn't you take advantage of that? Why? So you might be thinking, I don't know where to start. I don't know what to talk about. I don't know how to sit in front of camera. Some of you, maybe you've even bought lights. You've bought tripod. It's gathering dust. Or you've been telling yourself, and is that iPhone I need? Is that iPhone I need? Is that iPhone I need? And then you got it. And you've had it for 6 months. You've not still posted anything. Do you now see that it's not about what you have? It's about making the best use of what you have and what you have access to. Right? If you go on my page, you see that all my old videos are black and white. Do you know why? Because when I wanted to start making videos, I learned how to edit on YouTube, but I was using one cheap Samsung phone because it's what I could afford at the time. So when I would edit, on my own phone, the way I saw it, my own was not looking like the one I was seeing on YouTube. The quality was bad. So I said, okay, what am I going to do? So I got a bright idea to make the video black and white so it will hide the flaws. People could not see the color of my wall. They could not see the color of my wardrobe. And I wore the same t-shirt in every video because I thought, I only have like 6 shirts. So if I keep wearing them and I want to make 30 videos in 30 days, by day 12, the people go down calculate, say, this boy, he has only 6 shirts. So I had a video making uniform and I wore the same black t-shirts in every video. And now I wear black t-shirts everywhere in real life because it's now my personal brand. Right? But that's where it started from. So I want to, if you're feeling like, I don't have anything, I don't know where to start from, I don't have any talent, I don't have any business, sell myself, what should I sell? What should I put out? I want to teach you something that I want you to, please write this down, I want you to remember. There are 5 factors that no 2 people on the face of the earth have the same combination of. There are 5 factors. I want to show you that you are one of a kind. They always tell us, motivation, you are one of a kind. And it's easy to brush it off like, what do you know about me? I'm from Nasarawa, what do you mean I'm one of a kind? Don't laugh, I'm actually from Nasarawa, so I'll take it personally if you laugh. But I want to prove to you that this isn't just a random statement. You actually are literally one of a kind. So there are 5 factors no 2 people have the same combination of. Whether you are twins, whether you grew up in the same family, you don't have the same combination. And those 5 factors are 1, education, 2, exposure, 3, interests and passions, 4, expertise, and 5, experience or experiences. I'll take that again. Education, exposure, interests and passion, expertise and experience. So I'll explain each of them one after the other. Your education is everything that contributes to the information you have about the world around you, about yourself. This is including school, but not limited to school, including an event like this. This is education. At the end of today, you will go having a richer perspective of the world, of sales, of business, of yourself. That is education. So all through your life, everything that has fallen into that category goes into what we would call your education. Number 2 is exposure. These are the circumstances that have surrounded your life and existence. So if, for example, your parents were diplomats, it means you probably grew up in Togo or you went to primary school in Singapore. You were exposed to a certain, set of circumstances that's different from someone else. If your mother was a nurse, you had a very different childhood from someone whose mother was a teacher. Right? If you grew up in Kaduna, I grew up in Kaduna and I went to school in Madonna University in Anambra. I had culture shocks all the time. And there were people who were so sure that in Kaduna it was cows and huts. I would speak well and people would say, how do you speak so well? You grew up in Kaduna. I'll tell them, everybody I know speaks well. But that's the perspective they had. That you're from Kaduna, that's what this is. And I'll tell people I'm Christian. No, there's no way you're a Christian. You grew up in Kaduna. But that was their perspective. That's as much as they were exposed to. Right? Next is what? Interest, passion, self-explanatory. So what's something you can talk about for 1 hour with no preparation? Everybody has. Everybody has. Your own may be celebrity gossip, but everybody has. Don't laugh, like there's people who make a buttload of money from celebrity gossip. So don't even laugh. Everybody has something that they can talk about for 1 hour without preparation. If I wake you up from sleep and you're just waking up, you can hold a conversation. Do not take those things for granted. Do you know one of the categories of content that does well on TikTok? Rug cleaning videos. Rug. Like people take a rug that's very dirty and then they wash it on video. Those videos have millions of views on TikTok. I watch them. If you tell anybody, I'll deny you. But I watch those videos. And if you search on YouTube how to peel a banana, there is a video and it has millions of views. Who is the target audience of that video? We don't know, but it's been watched. Right? So what are your interests? What makes you happy? What do you look forward to doing? What are you passionate about? What's the change you want to see in the world? What makes you mad? That's such a pointer to who you are and what's important to you. People don't take this for granted. I know someone who hates it when people litter. I'm one of those people, right? But she hates it on a very extreme level. Like if she sees you littering, she'll pick it up and give you back. So she hates to see people litter so much that she started a recycling company. Right? So that's how far people can go for what they hate. So the things that make you mad are also important to look at when you're considering your interests and your passions. Next is what? Expertise. Your expertise is basically anything you can get paid for or have gotten paid for in the past. So you don't have to be, another word for that would be vocation. You don't have to be good at it. You don't have to be passionate about it rather, but you're good at it, good enough that you have gotten paid or can get paid for it. Whatever soft skills you have, hard skills, vocational skills, that would fall into your expertise. And finally, experience. This is the most dynamic of them all. Remember I said no two people have the same combination of these 5 factors? Experience is so dynamic because, how many of you are firstborn here? How many of you are lastborn? As a firstborn, when you hear your lastborn talking about your parents, it's like it's not the same people that raised you. Right? Like they experience different versions of them based on the time when they were born. It's the same way you and somebody can go to watch a movie. You and someone can go and watch a movie. One of them is like, wow, that was amazing. I need to bring my friends to come and watch this movie. This was amazing. They go out, they tweet about it, they recommend it. And then there's somebody else who say, that's 2 hours of my time I will never get back. That was terrible. It was the same movie. They watched it at the same time, had 2 different experiences of the same thing. So experience is very dynamic. And that's the reason why you and somebody can experience, like a musician can experience love or heartbreak, and they write a song. You experience heartbreak, and you cry. Them, they cry, but they will write a song, and they will make money from the heartbreak. You know, I remember one time when people were praying that Bruno Mars, somebody should break his heart, because we need new music. You know, so there's that discrepancy. There's, 2 people can have the same encounter and have 2 different experiences. So when you think about all of these factors, after this meeting, I want you to take your time. When you're at home, sit down with a paper and pen and ask yourself, like, what can I draw from my education? What can I draw from my exposure? What can I draw from my interests? What can I draw from my expertise? What can I draw from my experiences? There is so much. The reason why you're not seeing it is because you are not paying attention. In order for you to sell yourself, you have to know yourself. You have something to offer. I strongly believe that it's such perfectly and divinely orchestrated that I am the first person speaking today, because this is an important foundation for everything you are going to learn here today. Everything you will learn about business. If you don't know how to sell yourself, you will spoil the business. If you are selling life insurance, you cannot be wearing t-shirt and jeans like me. How do you want to sell life insurance looking like my glasses don't even have glass inside? Do you understand? So depending on what you're doing, you now have the advantage. You now have the chance to determine how you will put yourself out into the world. Remember what I said? Your personal brand is what people say about you when you're not there. You can drive the narrative of what will be said. You can determine what will be said about you. The reason why I'm at this event, even though I'm a content creator, all of you know several content creators. I'm sure if you don't know me, you saw the flyer and you're like, why is there's CEO, there's CEO, there's business strategist and sales coach, business mentor strategist. Why is there content creator? What's this boy doing? Sure, you found out now. Do you understand? So, for everything you need to know, okay, this is how I want to set myself apart. This is how I want to present myself. There was a time when I was in Dr. FJ's life, but I was not this guy. So he would not invite me to speak at any event. I did not have anything to offer. But as a result of putting myself out on social media, somehow we found ourselves again. It was not a result of chasing him or going to pitch or going to his office. It was me just putting my best foot forward and presenting something of value to the world. Dr. FJ is not my target audience. There's nothing I want to teach that he doesn't already know. Do you get? There's nothing I want to share about sales, about marketing, about brand. There's nothing he doesn't already know. Somebody that sold Emma Plaza. I was in primary school. Emma. I don't think you guys realize how crazy that was. Or maybe it's because I'm young. Because me, I was just thinking, like, I've never seen Emma. I only know Emma being as rowdy and busy as it is. So just to think that there was somebody that knows when. I want to ask you, sir, how old are you? But, so I'm really rooting for you, and I strongly believe that everything you need, you're going to get in this event, but you are only going to get out of it as much as you put into it. There's a reason why you remember what I said, that 2 people can have the same encounter and have 2 separate experiences. Do not be the person that came here and then you went and you don't remember, it was just another Saturday. This cannot be another Saturday. Your life can change. When Dr. FJ told me this event was free, he was like, he's my senior. But if he was like my close friend, I was like, why? Why? How? Like, how are you going to present all of this? So I hope that, despite the fact that it's been presented in a way that it is accessible, we're all able to appreciate it still. Please follow me on Instagram, on TikTok, at Salem Kinging. I'm still trying to build myself. I'm not established yet, so help my life. And I will always be rooting for you. Thank you guys so much for listening.
Are you just looking like that? That hands can be bigger and better. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So what are the 5 things nobody has same with another? The first is what? Again? What's the second? Again? The third one? Interest and passion. The fourth? Pardon? Great. And the last one? Again? Please put your hands together for yourselves. You are incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We celebrate and value you. We greatly appreciate you, Salem King, for that powerful masterclass. You would agree with me that was a masterclass. I was just thinking, if today is like this, what would tomorrow be like? Have you registered for the masterclass? I have registered. Say yay. You should try and register for the masterclass. This is just a tip of the iceberg. Our next speaker. Can you do He's a visionary, strategic, and results-driven business mentor. But I will not be introducing him alone. I crave the indulgence of the media team to kindly join me in getting out the profile of our next speaker.
Hailade Haruna is a highly accomplished entrepreneur, venture capitalist, and personal career development expert with an impressive academic background in numerous professional accomplishments. Hailade holds a bachelor's degree in engineering from the University of Technology, Yola, as well as a postgraduate diploma, MBA, MSc, and PhD in business administration and leadership from Gideon Roberts University. He is a certified public accountant, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management and Leadership in the USA, and a fellow of the Institute of Certified Public Accountant of Nigeria, and the fellow of Institute of Corporate Administration of Nigeria. In addition to his impressive academic qualification, Hailade is the chairman of companies, including the V-Hyper Group, Hailade Holdings, Progenesis Business School, and Luxy Villa Homes and Real Estate LLC, a construction and real estate firm that focuses on construction of luxury and villa homes. He's also involved in professional mining of solid materials and other profitable businesses. Hailade's outstanding achievements have been recognized with numerous local and international awards, including the United Nations and United Peace Federation Awards for Ambassador for Peace. He's also a recipient of the Transgenerational Leadership Award of the Year 2021. Hailade is a member of the Board of Governing Council of Crown Point International College of Health, Science, Management and Technology, Ogun State. He is a member of several other professional bodies. Over the last decade, Hailade has taught over thousands of people across all the continents through his live seminars, workshops, and webinars, and personally mentor thousands of people as well, including CEOs, top politicians, and clergymen. He is a seasoned keynote speaker and has played a key role in several successful ventures. Hailade is a true inspiration whose belief in human potential and the power of knowledge to unlock success has helped him achieve outstanding success in his career and make a positive impact in the life of others. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation and a round of applause, make welcome Hailade Haruna.
who has empowered countless entrepreneurs and professionals to scale new heights. We celebrate and value you, sir. That hands can be bigger and better.
Thank you. You can have a seat. I was seated. I said, wow, is that not too much for me? Okay, so how many of you are excited to be here? How many of you are not excited to be here? How many of you will not raise your hand no matter what I say? Because I said some of you are a bit quite relaxed, okay? Yes, so my name is Eladi Haruna, and today I'm going to talk to you about closing. And my story goes back as far back as about a decade and a half. One day I read in a book that selling is the world's highest paid profession, if you're good at it. And I've always had this desire to be rich. Growing up, how many of you grew up in an environment where you knew what it means not to have? All right. I mean, only very few of you can relate. My dad used to be a retired rich man. Yes. So, he was working, the regular settings that probably if you're in the system, you get to make a lot of money, but when you retire 5, 6, 7 years down the line, your life goes down as well. So I was born in a family of 14. I'm the last. So I came at the time where they squandered everything. My siblings have finished everything. Yes. So I've always desired that I want to make money. When I grow up, I don't want to go through the things I was seeing around. But the big problem was that I was researching. I'll never forget about 15 years ago. I said, which industry can I be part of that will help me to make the highest amount of money possible? And I saw in one of Brent Tracy's books, he said selling. I said, wow, big problem. I was a complete introvert as of that time. So how many of you are introvert here? And probably you've been struggling with, well, I'm not a good salesperson. Can I actually be able to sell? All right? So if you're like that, I just want to let you know that you're not alone. I was like you. I got involved out of excitement into the industry, and I'll never forget, I will invite prospects. So I've done different type of sales. So in my presentation today, I'm going to make sure that the information I'm going to share will cut across literally most of the things that you do, yes? Because I understand here that there are people that are into real estate, true? There are people that are probably in direct sales. There are insurance salespeople, and there are different type of salespeople here, yes? So going back to that time, I joined a direct sales business out of excitement because someone invited me to this presentation, and they were showing cars. They were showing vacations, people making a lot of money, millions of dollars. And I was saying, wow, that's what I want. So out of excitement, before you join those things, they don't used to tell you the truth. They tell you that just join, it's easy. You don't have to do anything. Just sign up, and then you're going to make a lot of money. Unfortunately, I sold my laptop, all right? And I sold my TV because my laptop money wasn't enough to even be able to afford my registration. So I sold my laptop, I sold my TV because during the presentation, they showed a picture of this mechanic that started and have become excessively very successful, bought brand new cars and big houses. I said, wow, that's smart. Someone like me, I'm really going to do well in that thing. The reality dawned on me. One day, I organized what we call business lunch, and I invited about 500 people. 500. And from my culture, where we came from, if you invite someone to your home, probably or to an event, as of that time, yeah, you probably want to give them something, true? So I reached out to my sister, and we prepared food for about 500 people. Okay. All right? I prepared food for 500 people. And the amazing thing is that Literally, everybody I called, even a night to that event, they all promised me that they're going to come. Guess how many showed up? 50? 100? No, why 10? Sir? No. 70? Someone said 70. Someone almost get it. 20. Okay, let me look at my time first. Okay. 20, yeah? 15? Okay. No one showed up. I'm telling you, no one showed up. I sold my laptop. I sold my TV. I was highly motivated that this is a chance to change my life. And I put in all the energy to make my dreams come true. Unfortunately, no one showed up. And that day, I cried. But I realized something. While I was crying, the messenger of misery visited me and said, maybe this is not your thing. Maybe you should go and do something else. The fact that other people have succeeded in this venture does not necessarily mean that you're going to be successful at it. So go and do something else. This thing called sales is very difficult. Just forget about it. Just give up. Besides, you're an engineer. You can do a lot of things. And you're also an accountant. You can do a lot of things. Big problem. But something dawned on me. And that was simple. It says, if other people are in the same line of business, are being successful, and I'm not, then the problem is not necessarily with the business. True? If you're, whatever profession you're a part of, if there are two people involved in that line of business and one succeed and you don't succeed, then the problem is not with the business. Then I took 100% responsibility. I said, if it's possible for other people to make that invitation, and for those people, maybe, is it possible that someone else will have invited those people and they will have honored it? Yes. So if other people could invite them, and probably there's a chance that they will have honored it, and I don't, then the problem is with me. So I realized that the journey to be a good salesperson starts with taking 100% responsibility for the outcome of the results. I told myself, yes. Yeah. I told myself, listen, if I make it, it's up to me. If I didn't, it's still up to me. But never again will I probably blame the outcome on anybody, on any circumstance, on any situation. And I decided to take 100% responsibility for my success. And part of that is what I'm going to share with you today. And as the good Lord have it, when I took that 100% responsibility, I went online and I read every material I could lay my hands on all the sales processes. Now, the question, a lot of time people ask me and said, Eladi, when do you start to close? All right? And I tell them there is no when actually to close, because closing starts the moment you open your mouth. Right? Closing starts the moment you open your mouth. It's not something that's probably that is left to be done at the end of sales presentation. So from that time, I began to study everything about the sales process, ranging from finding prospect, inviting prospect to take a look at your offer or your opportunity or whatever your presentations are, all right? And even the act of presenting itself and the act of closing. Because here's the deal. Sometimes I was struggling because I've called over 500 people to take a look at that offer. Now, anytime I reach out to any of them, they were avoiding my calls. Has it happened to you before? Probably you've called maybe a potential client, and probably they've already known the kind of thing that you're going to offer them, and subsequently any call you do, they avoid the call. Yes? So that was what was happening. They were avoiding the call. So I had to learn the act of finding new prospects. How about if there is a way you can have unlimited prospect for your business. Will you be happy to have that? Yes. So I went into that to learn the act of, getting unlimited prospect. And what I found out was totally amazing, that this whole game is a game of psychology. All right? Closing and the entire sales process is a game of what? Of psychology. So if it's a game of psychology, then it's important for you to find out, why do people buy and how do people buy? What is the psychology of buying? So before doing that, you have to establish 3 things. Number 1, you have to establish that there is a desire. That there's a desire for your offer. A lot of time, how often have you taken a product and after your sales presentation or the offer, about your offer, you find out that the potential prospect or your client don't have a desire for your offer? A lot of time it happens. So first of all, I have to determine that there is a desire for this offer, but second, that there is also a capacity to buy. Have you ever met someone that have a desire for your offer and you're excited about it and you finished all your sales presentation to that potential client only to discover that that person doesn't have a purchasing power? So at the end of the day, you probably will have just wasted your time. All right? And lastly, which is the third one, you have to establish that there is a need for the product. Yeah? First we say what? Desire. Second, capacity. Third, what? There must be a need for your offer. And once I establish these 3 things, I go to the next phase, which is the psychology. Now, when you are selling or you are presenting, there is a psychological thing that is going on in the minds of your prospect. And a lot of time, the reason why a lot of people don't close is because they wait to the end of the presentation before they started the closing. They don't even realize that closing starts even from the invite. So I'll give you an example. All right? There are 3. There are many actually, but for the sake of our time, I'm going just to mention like about 3. All right? This is unconscious thing that is going on in the mind of your prospect that they don't even know that is going on in their mind. But if you can figure it out, it will help you in the process of closing. Number 1, all prospects are looking for proof of work. Does your offer, does it work? All right? Are there other people involved? So if you know this thing, it's easier for you right from the beginning, right from the sales presentation. What you do, you begin to show evidence of success, proof of success. Sure? So, and what I figured out, I'll never forget that time. I will get a lot of people attend my seminars, the presentations, and they will be excited. But when it's time for them to make payment, guess what happened? Nobody paid. Has it happened to you before? Yes. That feeling was frustrating. So I had to learn this inner game. That people unconsciously, they are always looking for proof of work. But they don't even know that they are looking for it. So, but because you know that they are looking for it, so what you do is your responsibility as a salesman or a saleswoman to present it to them. So when you come to my sessions or probably the seminars that we were holding that time, instead of giving you all the facts about the presentation, you will see 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 10 people coming up to stage and just giving testimonials. Right? And you have 1, 2, 3 persons say that, well, I was struggling before, I was struggling with this, but because after when I started taking this, I used this product, here I am. Another person. Because of the proof that it's working unconsciously, They already bought. The second, all right, the first is what? Proof of work. The second is they're looking for something to believe. I used to call it proof of belief. A lot of time the reason why people don't buy certain things is because they don't believe that they will be successful with your offer. In terms of direct sales, I'll give you an example. I used to wonder, people will come up for a workshop those years, about 15 years ago, and then they will gather, and then they will see people driving new cars, going on vacations, living the life of their dream, and then after the presentation, someone will tell you, they'll start scratching their head. I'll go and think about it. The question is, what are they going to think about? Isn't this the life that they've always prayed for? Or I'll go and talk to my spouse about it. Have you had that kind of experience before? Where you've taken your prospect, you've seen your offer, whatever you're offering, and then they say, I'll think about it. I'll go and talk to my spouse about it. Oh, I don't have the money, I don't have money. Or you start encountering those objections. Maybe by tomorrow we're even going to talk about objections, but let me tell you something. In fact, people don't even have money problems when it comes in terms of buying. People have priority problems. Because I have had people who have literally told me they don't have money to buy my offer. But because I've found a way to make my offer at the top of their priority, they shifted So the second is what? Proof of belief. And I'll give you an example. One day, I was seated during a seminar presentation at the back, and 3 guys came. I think I shared this story with Dr. J. I'm not sure. And I was seated at the back, and some 4 guys walked into the seminars, and then they had the presentation. They were gurus in the direct sales, and they wanted to embarrass literally everybody there. So during the time of question and answer, one raised his hand up and said, I have a question. And he asked a very simple question, but he said he needed the highest earner in this organization, the richest guy in this organization, to answer his question. And luckily for them, I was the one, and I was seated at the back. And then everybody said, hey, Eladi, then they gave me the mic. He asked a very simple question. What do you think I was supposed to do? I know the answer to his question. Was I supposed to answer him straight? If it was you, what would you have done? You know the answer. Probably that's the most easiest answer you can ever give. What would you do? Are we together? I'm just asking you a question. If it was you, what would you do? You'll have just gone straight and give him hard, back to back, yeah? So this is what I did. I stood up, and the whole hall were quiet. Everybody was looking forward to what Eladi will say. And I started stammering on purpose. I said, actually, and everybody started laughing. I said, Oga, go ahead, just answer the question. I said, sir, you see, I don't even know the answer to this question, but I'm making a lot of money. Why can't you come and be part of us? And we make all the money together while we'll find out the answers. He was quiet, and he was literally angry. I could see the anger in his face. He walked up and to one of my guys, Mattis, and he said, where's the form? He grabbed the form and collected it. Psychologically, what was going on in his mind is that if this guy is as dumb as this and is making all this money, how much more me? If I join this, if I'm part of this, I'm going to crush this thing. I will have answered him. I will have fed my ego, but I will have stolen from my pocket. So I rather choose. Yes. Now, it's a game of psychology. The number one reason sometimes, especially for people in direct sales, why people don't buy is because you sound too smart. And these people are thinking, I have to be like this guy, or else I'm not going to be able to make this type of money that he or she is making. You see, it's more or less like a mind game. And it cuts across literally every profession. That's why sometimes, there's this popular adage that people say, story sells, fact tells. Yeah? Fact tells, story sells. And the essence of the story is just to show the proof of work. But you also have to find a way to make people believe that whatever it is that you're offering, that is the wisest thing for them. That, in fact, is the best decision for them at the moment. All right? So the last one that people are looking out for is a proof of help. Yes. Would you help me? Would you help me? So at the deepest root of psychology in sales, you need to understand that people, I want you to write this thing down. People make decisions based on fear of loss than possibility of gain. Have you ever, write it down, people make decisions based on what? Fear of loss than possibility of gain. Psychologically, our brain is wired to respond to traits more, or something that has to do with losses more than probably gain. And I'll give you an example. One time, I had an offer. It's a great business, and if I could invest like 500,000 US dollars, maybe the return was going to be like 200%. So what is 200% of that? Capital inclusive, that should be like $1 million. Yes? So, but let's use smaller money, for example. Let's just say $10,000, because it's maybe the amount that most people may be able to relate. Is that okay? So, I met this individual, and, or let me take the situation. Let me create like a hypothetical situation. Is that okay? Now, so let's relate it to you. If you have an opportunity whereby your offer can give someone 100% or 200% of the returns on your investment, being it in real estate, all right? Being it a real estate, or being it maybe an investment, being it that you're selling, whatever it is that you're selling, how do you present that offer? A lot of time, this is what people will do. They will go walk there and say, sir, if you can invest $100,000 in this project, all right, in this land, we have estimated that in the next 6 months you're going to make 100%, it will be $200,000. Or if you're going to be able to invest 100 million naira, sir, you will be able to get 200 million. True or false? Isn't that what we do? And we wonder why people don't buy. Our brain is designed to respond to what? To trait, to loss, more than gain. So this is how to present it if you want to close the deal. All right? Welcome, sir. Yes. Okay. So I said that our brain is designed and wired to respond to things that has to do with loss more than gain. So instead of presenting your offer in the process of closing as if you can invest your 100 million naira in this project, I can guarantee you that in the next 6 months, you're going to make 150 million naira or 200 million naira. No, it will not work that way. Say, sir. In fact, I once upon a time sent, about many years ago, I sent a message to someone. I said, sir, you are about to lose 200 million naira. What do you think happened? The person called me at night. Did you get that? He said, how? I said, from my experience with this offer, people that invested in this project in this real estate project, probably last year, January, that invested 100 million. By the mid of the year, they were able to make extra 50%, which is extra 50 million. And in my opinion, what I'm offering to you will give you even far much more. So if you don't invest now, you're going to lose at least, how much? 200 million for not investing right now. How do you think the message goes? Yeah. So, remember, people make buying decisions in terms of closing based on what? Fear of loss than possibility of gain. The next one in your process of closing, always create scarcity and competition. All right? We call it the scarce close. All right? Make sure in your offer there is what? Scarcity and competition. But before you do that, you have to do what we call consultative selling. All right? Or in some aspect, we call it consultative close. You have to find out what are the dreams of this individual first so that you can guide them through the buying decision. I'll give you an example. About 2 weeks ago, I met someone highly placed that's about to retire. And we started having discussion together. And I had an offer for him, and I needed to close that deal right there and then. All right? It's a big real estate deal. And so I use what I call situational close. So I will explain all the three, and I will give you practical examples so that you can implement them. Is that fine? Okay. So when I met him, and in situational close, you tell stories of other people. While I was seated in his office, we started discussing, and I told him, I said, you know what, sir? He said, what? I said, yesterday, I cried. He said, hey, laddie, why did you cry? I said, I was driving right in front of a house of someone that I used to respect that died about 3 years ago. And I remember what the man told me about 7 years ago. And so driving in front of his house remind me of the things he shared with me. He said, what happened? I said, this individual is a professor. Was a professor when he was alive. And he was a member House of Rep. And he was also a senator. But towards the end of his life, he died in a miserable way. And anytime I pass in front of his house, it reminds me that this man had actually no reason why he would have died in the situation in abject poverty. He said, oh, he said, God forbid. I said, God doesn't forbid it. We have to forbid it for ourselves. Then he was smiling. He said, but what happened? I said, it's not about what happened. What happened happens to everyone. I said, this individual had a lot of money. So it's a situational close. I was using a story, yeah? He's already big, and he felt that it will always be like that. Did you get that? So, and I told him, I said, I remember when I visited this individual, because then one of the top politicians asked me to visit him, and when I went to his house, we were talking, and this man looked into my face and said, hey, laddie, I wished I had met you 10 years ago or 5 years ago. But you know what? He said, what? He said, that time, I wouldn't have listened. That's what the man told me. He said, why? He said, because, remember, I'm a professor. I'm a rich man. A House of Reps, a senator. I wouldn't have listened. But now, look at where I am. So what I'm psychologically doing is I'm trying to remind him of his future. Because whether he like it or not, he's not going to be in that office forever. I said, the challenge side that this man have is that though he had money, he didn't have enough things that could give him positive cash flow on a monthly basis. So when he was no longer in office, he had already built a standard of life that he cannot maintain anymore. So I said, but here's something, sir. All right? I said, if this man is alive today, and if I had had this opportunity that I'm sharing with you right now, I took my phone and I started pressing my calculator. All right? I said, there is this offer of land. This land is just about 100 million naira. Remember, I've done the first three things. I've established that there have to be a desire. Even if the desire is not there, I have to make sure that I created the desire by sharing the story. Do you get that? And I also established that there is a capacity to buy. He have the buying capacity. All right? The need now is what I'm creating. I said, sir, you see, this land is about 1,000 square meters. And this land will cost you, averagely, let's just say about 100 million. On this 100 million, I was pressing the calculator. I said, this 100 million, we can do 6 blocks of flat. And from my understanding, an apartment in this location, averagely, per night is about 150,000 naira. But let's say I like to be negative. You say, okay, that's fine. I said, I like being negative. You say, I like that. I said, let's look at the hypothetical situation. If all things goes bad, all right, and we sell out each room at 120,000 naira. You say, yes. I say 100 times 6 because, if we reduce the money, our occupancy rate will be 100%. Yes? So 120 times 6, that is 720. So let's even be negative again. Let's assume that in the whole month, we only close 25 days. That's 18 million naira. So times 12, that's 216 million. I said, sir, how will you feel if every month you have a positive cash flow of 18 million naira when you are no longer working? He said, that's awesome. I said, hey, listen. This thing I'm just talking, I don't even know whether this offer still exists. All right? Yes. Yeah. I don't even know it still exists. Let me put a call to my friend that have this deal to see, because the last time I checked, they had 4, but one man was interested in buying the 4. Let me see if we can find a way to squeeze you to get one of the deal. Do you think the offer was yes or yes? Yes. He said, please, Eladi, please call him. Please call him for me. All right? In your sales closing, always create what? Scarcity and competition. And I told you that closing is not something that you do in the end. It's something that you do. Yes. The problem with, it's a psychological game, all right? And sometimes you will meet people during the process of sales and closing, and you will discover that these people may probably have the desire, probably. They may have the capacity. The need may be there, but they may be hesitant. Have you faced those kind of challenges before? Where you know that this man have the money? Yes. He have the means, the capacity to be able to make the purchase. It's just that he's hesitant, all right? So in those cases, you use what we call the Benjamin Franklin clause. All right? What do we call it? The Benjamin Franklin clause. And I use it a lot. Now, nobody closes 100% all the time. All right? But you can close the people that are closable. And in the Benjamin Franklin's clause, you use it actually that this situation for people who are hesitant. And this is what I do sometimes. I say, sir, just after maybe when they see the offer, maybe I take them to a site, they see a real estate deal or they see something, and then I discover that probably they are hesitant about making that decision. I say, sir, as you know, one of the wisest men that was considered in America was Benjamin Franklin. He said yes. All right? In fact, this clause is something that I even just did last week. All right? I said, as you know, one of the wisest men that was considered in America was Benjamin Franklin. He said yes. And he said, sir, when Benjamin Franklin find himself in this type of situation that you find yourself, there is always one thing he does. And the man was quiet. He said, what does he do? And this time I took the paper. I said, this is what Benjamin Franklin will do. He will take a paper. As I am talking, I am acting it out. Do you get that? I said, he will sit down and take a plain sheet of paper into 2, into left side and right side. And on one side, he will write all the reasons that are for all the advantages of buying, of purchasing the offer. And on the other side, he will list all the reasons that are against. I said, and in the end, he will always weigh which side weigh much more than the other. I said, sir, why can't we try something like this? So while you are talking, remember, I just turned the paper, all right? I gave him the paper, and on one, I listing all the things, all the reasons that support your decision to make this purchase. And on that side, this side, you make sure that you give them all your best. Did you get that? What do? You give all your support. All right. Reason number one, this property has a potential of doing 500% in the next 3 years. All right? I'm going to lose 500% if I didn't invest in this business in the next 3 years. You start listing. You list. And if you're a good salesman, you'll be able to come up with at least not less than 20. So when you go to the other side, you fold your hands, just like my Oga did. And you watch. Don't give him any support. All right? So towards the end, he says, sir, as you can see, of course, you already know the answer. All right? As we can see, we begin to count it. Okay, sir, let's count to see how many in the rows that we are able to come up with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, up to 20. Sir, I am very happy that we are able to take all this time, to come up with the reasons that support your buying decision. Let's get you started, okay? Now, there is something that I want you, it's part of hypnotic selling, by the way, all right? You know, do you realize that anytime you give someone a hand, it's rude for them not to give you a hand back. Selling, what does handshake mean? It signifies what? Closing the deal, all right? I said, sir, as we can see, I'm excited that we took all the time to go around all these things to come up with all the reasons that support your decision, all right? For me, I feel like you're going to be successful with this, all right? Let's get this offer done, okay? And you will nod 2 times. What do? Now, do you notice that unconsciously, as I'm shaking, automatically you are just saying what? And this is what you must do when you're closing. Always assume the sale 100%. That's what most time people don't do that. Part of what I've seen is that then many years ago, I will take people around to see some of my properties or to see my offer, and then when they are done, I will just say, okay, sir, what do you think about it? I use the negative phrase. Don't ever use the negative phrase, because when you use the negative phrase, it activates the negative part, the logical part of the brain. All right? I showed you an offer. I took you to a side, or probably I have an offer, and I'll ask you, great, sir, what do you like best about what you saw? I'm putting their brain into a positive frame of mind. What do you like best about what you saw? It's a very important phrase. And guess what? Their brain will begin to come up with all the positive things that has to do with your offer. Yes? I like this. I like this. How often now do you have a prospect almost selling himself to you? Telling you, I like this. I like this. I like this. And by the time they're done, I says, it sounds to me like you're ready to own this property. All right, let's seal the deal, okay? And while I'm doing that, I'm already assuming the sale. What am I doing? If you have an application, make sure you always have your application. Sometimes it surprises me why you see a salespeople, maybe if they're selling real estate, they're taking prospect to start and they don't have an application form. And then there's what we call the law of diminishing interest. When people seize your offer, if you don't find a way to get them take any little step within the first 24 to 74 hours, over time they begin to what? To lose interest with time. So I assumed the offer 100%, and that's what you're supposed to be doing. I said, sir, what's your name? While you're talking, remember, I said, let's get you on these properties. And by the way, as a salesperson, there are words you should avoid using while closing. Some of those words are the words that I'm sure most of you are already used to. Buy. How many of you have used the word buy before? I want you to buy this property. I want you to buy this thing. The buy has a negative connotation in our brain. Right? Anytime you're buying something, it's like they are literally taking something away from you. True? Rather, use the word like own. Right? How about you switch the word from buying to what? To own. Instead of saying, sir, when you buy this property, sir, when you own this property. They may not seem anything, but they have a deep psychological effect in human brain, especially in the process of closing, in the process of selling. So one of the rules, you have to what? Assume 100% sales, except the person says otherwise. I present the offer. After I finish, guess what? 90% of salespeople never ask for the sale at the end. A lot. They just show you the offer, show you what we have, sir, this is what we have, and then they stand behind and be watching you. Most times people don't ask for the buying decision. So sometimes you can use either or clause. What do you call it? The next one is what? Either or clause. All right. After I showed you maybe the offer that I have, maybe being a presentation, being an offer, maybe being a real estate deal, all right? And of course, I will have gone through all the other checklists that I did share with you earlier on, yes? And the next thing I'm going to do, I may ask you just a simple question. I say, sir, what do you like best about all the offers that I have? The 4-bedroom or is it the 5-bedroom? You get that? He said the 5-bedroom. I said, in the 5-bedroom, how would you like your parlor to look? You know, most real estate salespeople are actually tour guides. Yes. They meet an adult like me, like yourself, and then they say, sir, this is the parlor. Sir, this is the kitchen. Ma, this is this. That's the job of a tour guide. People don't just want to buy a house. They want to buy a dream. So, in the either or sell clause, you always present two offers, either of which is a plus to you. All right? Okay. So, my time is up, but tomorrow, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to show you more than 20 different type of closing, practical closing strategies. All right? Yes. And I'm even going to give you the script that you will use to practice. Will that be nice? Yes. Word to word of what you need to say in every given situation to your potential clients. And you will practice it over and over until you internalize it and you become the best closer you can be. All right? Thank you.
Wow, are you just looking like that? Are you just looking like that? This is a masterclass, yes or yes? I'm just imagining how it will feel like tomorrow. Thank you so much, Engineer Hailadi. We appreciate you, sir. All the practical, self-proven skill. You know, it's one thing for someone to do research and share with you. It's another for someone to share their wealth of experience. Thank you for pouring your heart out to us. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much. So what are the proofs? The first proof is what? Pardon? The first proof is what? We're having conflicting response. The first proof is what? Fantastic. The second proof is what? I want you to say it like you believe it. Because when you're trying to close your deal, you will not refer to your book, isn't it? So the second is what? Proof of what? Thank you. The third is what? Please put your hands together for yourselves. You are incredible. I'm sure we've had amazing time. We can't go through everything that we have learned in these past sessions. So just to give us a bit of relaxation and sensation and something to ponder on, I would like to call a poet for a presentation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together for Catherine Clement as she comes up stage for her spoken words. That hands can be bigger and better. The louder we clap, the faster she's here. She's looking all stunning, radiant, and ready to take us off to another height entirely. Thank you so much. We celebrate and value you.
Good morning, everyone. Afternoon, rather. Thank you. I've been filled with immense knowledge, and it's time for me to do a spoken word piece. And this piece, I titled it, The Marketplace. The world indeed is a marketplace, a place where buying and selling takes place. It is a place for exchange. So if you must sell, you must know your place, you must know what it takes, and you must be willing to embrace tenacity. Have you seen when that trader in the traffic hawks, whether in the rain or in the sun, he runs, and he screams on top of his voice until you ask him, what is the price? Did you just hear me say the word price? Because there's a price for everything. There's a price for influence. There's a price to make profit. There's a price to build your business. There is a price attached to everything. Not even the shirt on your body is free. Neither is the shoe beneath the sole of your feet. And if you think that business strategy is not useful, then you put yourself to defeat. And trust me, these words I speak are no deceit. Because this world indeed is a marketplace. And in this street called life, every day an exchange is made. To you, you are either buying or selling. Some businesses and products are forced to your eyes like the advert of Temu, while others keeps you hanging like the YouTube ads of Glovo. But in all of this, you either buy or you sell. So today, Coach Femi had put out a sales power conference. This is that you need to build your business to the next level. And if you think this is just sales hack, believe me, you are not mistaken. Because this is that opportunity to shift you into the next level. But before I leave you, I ask you, in this marketplace called life, what role are you playing? Are you selling? Are you buying? Or are you just consuming every product that comes your way? In this marketplace called life, are you selling? Are you buying? Or are you consuming just any product that comes your way? Because you can be your own e-commerce, or you can choose to consume everything that passes your eyes. So this world again is a marketplace, a place where buying and selling takes place, a place for exchange. Are you giving value? Are you taking value? Or are you taking everything that comes your way?
Are you just looking like that? That hands can be bigger and better. Who could have described sales as a marketplace just as Catherine Clement has done? Thank you so much for that powerful presentation. I am honored. It is a great delight to welcome the reason, the visionary leader, the vision bearer, the man of the moment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there were people who were not here when he had his welcome address. So I want you to hear from the media who this man is all about. Don't take my word for it. Be the judge, because you are just about to learn the professional art of closing deals. Media, can you run this with me?
Meet Dr. Femi Joshua, widely known as FJ, a seasoned business strategist, executive sales coach, author, and certified trainer with over 2 decades of experience. FJ has held key leadership roles, including regional sales manager at top organizations like MTN and Globoscan Nigeria. He's the founder of the African School of Sales and Management and FJ Global Properties Limited, transforming sales and businesses landscapes across Nigeria. An acclaimed author of the bestseller, The 48 Laws of Selling, FJ has impacted over 70 companies with innovative sales strategies. Beyond the boardroom, he champions nation building through his non-profit, the Femi Joshua Foundation, mentoring the future leaders and driving impactful initiatives. Dr. Femi Joshua's credentials are unmatched. He holds a PhD in leadership, an MBA in human resources management, and certifications from global institutions, a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants, and a certified trainer. FJ combines expertise, passion, and vision to inspire change and elevate businesses worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause and a standing ovation, make a welcome Femi Joshua.
Are you just looking like that for a man who has changed the trajectory of sales in Africa? Please put your hands together once again for this great leader. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you very much. The power says conference. The power says conference. The power says conference. Thank you very much. Please, you may be seated. Please, can I have my slide on? Wow. Please, let's celebrate Salem King for that wonderful presentation and Dr. Ailadi. Honestly, I'm already getting emotional because I don't know, some of us might not be part of the session tomorrow. And all we are doing today is just to lay the foundation. I think I'll have discussion with Mr. Ugo and see what we can do. Because you need to be in the room tomorrow. Some of you guys need to be in the room tomorrow. You know, like I was sharing with somebody early this morning, I said, the truth is, yes, we've invested thousands of millions to organize this, but we'll pay more to, put together tomorrow's event in Transcorp. And a lot of time I tell people, I have a mentor that I've worked with for years, Olakunle Shorian. I can't forget the first conversation I had with him in 2011. He said, Femi, you are raised to raise others. Empowered to empower others. Helped to help others. Motivated to motivate others. A lot of time when I do things and I just bring resources, people say, Femi, are you mad? Are you okay? I remember many years ago, I was supposed to have travel with my family to a particular country in the world, and I used that money to organize an event in this Abuja. People call me all kind of names. Are you okay? Are you normal? Even this event cost us millions of naira, and we've not collected 1 naira from any company. As in 1 dime. 1 dime. It's all self-sponsored event. If I put that money together, I know what that money can do for me in this era. But for me, I love to see people grow. And that's why, we went extra mile to bring these people. Bringing them is not even cheap. Somebody came all the way from the United Kingdom for this event. All the way from the United Kingdom. It's unfortunate that in this part of the world, people don't appreciate knowledge. We don't value knowledge. Sometimes, especially when this is free. When it is free, it's free. I was sharing with somebody yesterday. I said, do you know what? In the last 4 months, I've spent over 5 million naira in knowledge. You heard me. In the last 5 months, from August. I just came back from UK some weeks ago. My wife is here. Please, let's celebrate my wife, Mrs. Fumi. Please rise up. This woman, oh my God. Please, let's celebrate my wife. Behind every great man, there's somebody, there's a praying woman. There's a praying woman. God bless you. And have our big uncle, Engineer Femi Alao, all the way from Lagos. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Please, you might be seated. I won't take much of our time because for me, I'm a trainer. And honestly, I've trained back to back 8 to 5 for 4 days. So I'll just spend maybe 10, 15 minutes and reserve some of the conversion for tomorrow. But I'm going somewhere. My wife is here. Traveled to UK some week for Christmas and New Year. I didn't buy one shirt. One shirt from the UK. I didn't buy one shirt like this. But she's here. I enter bookstores. In fact, I told somebody yesterday that I've bought books, major books on real estate globally. Major books. All I came with from the United Kingdom, I invested in books. In pounds. I didn't buy one shirt. One. Not even talk about a suit. One shirt. Because I believe that when we know better, we'll perform better. Knowledge. I told you when I was introducing this program. I said knowledge. When complexity is intensified, we need to turn to knowledge. Because knowledge simplifies complexity. So, I'm going to share very briefly. Sometimes I love to use slide because if I don't use slide, I may be here in the next 2 hours. So sometimes, because I'm a trainer, I just pick few things from my slide on pro act of closing deals and achieving success. By the way, if you're in this training today, you want to get a certificate, please put down your name there so that at the end of the day, because this company you are seeing there, we are affiliated with this university. Stone University, our certificates are authentic. Yes, we have partnership with this university in the United States. So please, if you're part of this, I encourage you, put down your details out there and get certificate for this class. Very, very important. I love to talk about sales, not because I've researched books on sales, not because I have authored the major sales book. This book, I just printed 1,000 copies of this book. 1,000 copies of this book. I researched about 30 sales books to write this book, coupled with my knowledge in the industry. So if you are in this room today, I'd like to encourage you. In fact, most of the things I teach in my training sessions, I have them documented. In fact, this is second edition. I added some content to it a few weeks ago before they reproduced this. Please, if you are in this room today, I encourage you to get a copy of this book. It's about 464 pages. Somebody say, are you writing? Is it Bible? It's a sales Bible. Companies bought and they use it for their weekly meetings. Just pick one law per time, discuss one law. So you can just buy this book, 48 laws of selling. You can pick one law per day and done. You can read one law for within 90 minutes, you are done. So please try and get a copy of this book. On Amazon, it's $20. To dispatch to Nigeria from Amazon is $5. So 20 plus $5, that's about $25. Multiply that. But people have been calling and say they need a physical copy. I say, okay, let's produce more. So for this conference, we are selling for 25,000 naira. It's more. The list of the books I bought on Amazon when I went to UK, some 46 pounds, one book. Some 30 pounds. Multiply 40 pounds by 2,100 naira. So I encourage everyone here, please try and get a copy. Do all you can to get this book. It's like a sales Bible. It will help you. So we're looking at the Pro Act. My slide, please. Let my slide come up. A lot of time I share my story with people. I came to Abuja 2004 as a young graduate looking for a job everywhere. Everywhere I turn, they will ask me, how many years experience do you have? If one day I have to tell one of the employer, I say, will I manufacture experience? I'm a new graduate. So I started my career. Please stay with me. Stay with me. I started my career in Abuja as a volunteer. The first company I worked for in Abuja, they said they won't pay us a dime. Just commission. I was super excited because I asked the company, oh, volunteer, can I also put my details? Can I put on my CV? They said, why not? So I started in Abuja volunteering and selling door to door, street to street, out to house in Abuja. In fact, at that time we didn't have Google. That's the truth. There was no Google, 2004. That's why if you ask me any major street in Abuja today, without Google, I will tell you how to get there. Because I've been on the street for 20 years. No salary. And I promised myself, I will give my best to this zero salary job because it will guarantee my future. And I gave it all. From zero salary, I got another job, 15K, selling. From 15K, the company increased our salary to 40K, selling. So when I said I sold MAP, we sold, from 40K, the company increased our salary to 70,000 naira. And then I find myself working with VGC Communications, 2006. And from VGC Communications, God opened the door for me. I found myself working for MTN. I joined MTN with a salary of 256 thereabout. And I promised myself that the day I resign from MTN Nigeria, the exec will call me. I gave all to MTN. We started MTN Enterprise Business in Abuja here, 2007. Just go there till now. Go and ask who is Femi Joshua. We started Enterprise Business. I don't sell a recharge card. I have other solutions that I sell for MTN. In millions. The day I put in my letter that I'm done with MTN, the exec called me because I was in Lagos. I was in Lagos for management meeting. You see, when the Bible said that the heart of a man is deep, that was the day I discovered that. Because when I discovered that my time was up in MTN, I started looking out for other opportunity. So I got an offer from Glo. In fact, I negotiated my salary to enter Glo. I entered Glo in my town. I remember they were asking me, how much should we pay you? And I put on the table, The HR shouted, it's too much. I said, oh, guys, it's not too much. By God's grace, I have value on the table. So when I left MTN, the MTN exec called me. I said, Femi, you can't leave us now. What's the problem? I said, I'm sorry. And meanwhile, I was in Lagos for management meeting. And I took permission for like 30 minutes. If you know Sakatinubu very well, and I know Ikoyi, Lagos, MTN office, I took a ride straight to Sakatinubu. Inside my bag, I have offer letter for Glo. Inside my bag, I quickly went there. I took my offer letter, and I was telling them because in 2013, I delivered over 2 billion for MTN. Go and check the record. If you have the HR, go and. So I can say this anywhere in the public. In 2013, so I was showing them what I would deliver in Q3, not knowing that I already have letter from Glo inside my bag. And I got to Abuja and dropped my letter. They never believed it. That's how I started running this company. And today, the rest is history. So I don't teach sales because I have read books, because I have been on the field. So few principles that I'm going to share with you today and tomorrow. Every one of us, we are all selling something. Whether you're a business owner, you're a CEO, I have a friend in Abuja that sold an idea for 20 million 4 years ago. You heard me. Idea for 20 million. Because we are all selling something. And I said it in the beginning. Almost doesn't count. That's why we put up this topic. The art of closing almost doesn't count in sale. Nobody will report, Dan Ladi almost closed the deal. Benjamin almost closed the deal. It's either you close the deal or you close the deal. So tonight, this afternoon, Doctor has opened up our minds to a few things. Thank you very much. So, he has put off through some things. Why are we here in this conversation today? We are here to learn so we can earn. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I'm still repeating myself. I said, when I introduced this program, I said, anybody can shout Happy New Year. We have spent 30 days this year. What has entered your kilobody? Anybody can shout Happy New Year. I was sharing with them yesterday. I said, guys, it is justifiably so. We understand that you are raised from a poor family. But for you to reproduce poor children, they will not forgive you. It's justifiably so. We understand that your parent came out of, they brought you from, you have a poor background. But for you to now reproduce poor generation, one day they will ask you, where were you when your mates are genuinely making money? And one of the ways to make money is through selling. As at the 1st of this month, last December, I was in UK. I was still earning commission from Nigeria. I was on holiday. This month, I've earned commission as a CEO of my company. Research has shown, we're talking about millions. We need to understand what it takes to sell. As a CEO, you walk in to negotiation table and you walk out empty-handed because you lack the skill to close the deal. So it is not, the world will not celebrate the people that walk in to the negotiation table. The system has been designed to celebrate the people that will walk out of that table with the deal. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't even go through my slide. But please, I want to beg everyone here, whatever you can do, I'm going to discuss it. Whatever you can do to just join us tomorrow, because I'm going to have a great time tomorrow. Oh my God, I can't even go through this. Part of what we set up this meeting for. Just keep clicking it. is to take many of us from what I call the ordinary world to extraordinary world. Look at it. Just keep clicking, keep clicking, keep clicking, keep clicking. We need to leave the world of fear, anxiety, inaction, frustration, scarcity, disappointment, helplessness, cluelessness, poverty, limitation, anger, victimization, selfishness, lethargy, naivety, emptiness, unforgiveness, inaction, and depression. Part of why we set up this event, spend money to bring people together, is to take them to the extraordinary world. Because the difference between ordinary and extraordinary is that extra. So you are here for that extra. Your world is waiting for you. You can't leave this event. See, until you put what you know to action, you will remain the same. I don't care who is prophesying in your life. I don't care the prophecy you are receiving. So we need to go into this new world. A world of self-awareness, happiness, peace, empathy, integrity, joy, authenticity, self-belief, accountability, excellence, teamwork, consistency, creativity, can-do, possibility. Responsibility is the name of the new game, guys. If it's going to be, guys, it's up to you. For your world to hear you, we need to rewrite the history of our lineage. And one of the ways to do that is to see the number one skill everyone must have is the ability to close. And that is why we have put up this program together. And the word of greatness. I don't have time to explain all of this. Move to the next slide. I'll be done in the next 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. What I have in mind is to share with us an understanding of your ID buyers. You want to close a deal. You need to know who are the people. Who are the target audience. Your business is not designed for the universe. Your business is designed for a certain set of people. You need to understand who your ideas buyer are. Number two, you need to know why people buy. You can't close a deal if you don't understand why people buy. And one of the reasons why people buy is people buy for emotional reason. Nobody buy for logical reason. In this book, I talked about the law of, what's that law again? The law of, the law just escaped now. Because in that law, the law of neuromarketing, I talk about the law here. You need to be able to press the buying button in the head of your buyers. If you are not able to press that, every buyer have there's a button that you must press before they bring their check out for you guys. You should understand what it takes, why people buy, and developing a winning mindset, and mastering the art of closing the deal. I'm going to share more on this when we meet tomorrow. This is just the definition of sales. A prospect doesn't become an happy client without a sale. An interview does not become a job offer without a sale. Even the single become involved when there's a sale, and after involvement, you take person to the altar. You have sold again. After you have taken person to the altar, give it back to children, you are still selling. For you to keep your marriage, you must be a good salesperson. You keep selling. Most homes that are broken today, is that the husband was not a good salesman? Because you keep selling. Selling is life. You keep selling. I don't have time to go into this 4 level of knowledge. Please just go. Just go. Ooh. Honestly, my spirit is high this morning. Because the poverty rate in our society is alarming. I was sharing with some people yesterday. I said, see, that your 150K salary that they gave you, and you went to church to give testimony. Do you know that 150K is not a testimony? You got a job for 150K. I said, praise the Lord. Tormenting people. Divide that 150K by pounds. Carry that 150K. Just go to the nearest H-Medics. You need to learn how to earn additional income. Your salary will keep you on the ground. One day I was in a conversation. Somebody asked me one question. Say, how much was your salary when you were in Glow? I said I was earning over $1 million every month. Say, so why did you leave them? In fact, I used to think that I had financial faith when I was in Glow. Not knowing that my faith was on my salary, because every 30 days, alarm. Is it alarm? I used to think I had financial faith. When I resigned from Globacom, first month, nothing. My wife is there. Second month, nothing. Third month, nothing. In fact, it goes to a point, a company reached out to me from, when I was starting my company, a company reached out to me from Israel. Yeah, Israel. And they offered me a job of $4,000 per week, per month. I did the first interview because I was broke. See, the little money I gathered and saved, I now put the money to one chance. You know this, buy one, get one free. I didn't even MM. But there's this investment that they say we should put our money in. The first month, I hit about $750K. Second, I didn't even tell my wife that I put all the money there. Third month, the link did not, we click on the link like this. The fourth month, website disappeared. The fifth month, they said the FCC. I said they will pay us our money back tomorrow. My 25% that I took from Globacom, I sank it into that system. And I wake up, I say, guy, I need to do something about my life. Ladies and gentlemen, the rest is history. I don't want to tell you guys the revenue I generate every week as we speak. Every month. Through selling. So my assignment for putting this together is for all of us here to be the voice in your conscience, challenging you to take responsibility. That's why we are here. To be the voice. When you wake up, you are hearing Salem. When you wake up, you are hearing Dr. Ida. When you wake up, you are hearing Dr. Moses. We are here to be the voice in your conscience, challenging you, because responsibility is the name of the new game. Give me 2 minutes. I'm a trainer. I've not even spent my 30 minutes. So give me 2 minutes. I don't have to go back. You see, I'm going to explain. Just go back. I will explain this later. This is a research work. You need to know who your buyers are. 3% are ready to buy now on the internet. 70% are gathering information. 20% are problem aware. And 60% are not even aware. When Salah was talking about creating content, your role is to let them know, to create that need, to talk to them why they should buy your product. So we have a lot of work to do. I say, why most sellers, go back. I say, why most sellers focus on the ready buyers? The real opportunity lies with the other 17%, especially the 17% and 20% groups who become buyers with nurturing. Right? Please underline that word, right nurturing. You can't be a good closer if you don't nurture. You talk about the strategies to close. One of the ways to be a good closer is by nurturing that lead. I don't have time to explain 7 processes of sales. Lead generation, building rapport, lead analysis, presenting your product, handle objection. I can take how, in fact, we're going to look at that tomorrow, how to handle objection. I was telling them yesterday in the training, I said, the simple definition of objection is customer's concern. That's all. How many of us have gone to church to give testimonies on how we are rejected in the marketplace? We need to celebrate, rejoice, because every no you get in a business sale is getting you closer. And objections are indication to sales, guys. Objections are indications to say, oh, it's expensive. It's not in news. Oh, bad location. The day I settled objection in my life was when I discovered that Jesus, the Son of God, came to his own, and his own rejected him. Who am I? If the world rejected my master, my Lord and my Savior, insulted him, abused him, called him all kind of names, the people even raised his children from there. Say, stupid man, kill him. So if they rejected the Son of Glory, who am I? Do you know how many insults I've received on objection? As you are just saying it back to sender, poop, I'll just blow it off. Because it's part of business. Because objection is part of sales process. You won't be let go until you are let go. If you don't technically handle objection, you can never close any deal. If you don't technically, tomorrow I will explain to us how to undo objections. You won't be let go. Closing the deal, the seventh process, getting a referral. Do you know that closing or losing the deal is the beginning of a new sales? When I wake up every morning for marketing to go out, I prepare for yes or no. So when you say no, it's not a news. I'm not disappointed. Because I have prepared that either you tell me yes or you tell me no. It's part of the process. It's either you tell me yes or you say no. Thank you, Mr. Customer. I'm so happy. I appreciate that your big no from you. I appreciate the no. You can't spoil my day. Says guy, say, the man spoil my day. No mortal man can spoil my day as this man. For what? You can't spoil my day. Say, Kai, I have labored so much on this guy. Just mess up my day. Some sales guys, you just quietly go home and they are done for the day. No! Every no you get draws you closer to a yes. And objections are indication to a sale. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go to the next slide and I'll wrap up now. Next slide, please. I'll be slightly hungry. Next slide, please. Why people buy? Just keep flipping. Number one, people buy for emotional reason. Number two, keep flipping. Number two, people buy for protection of hair. Number three, people buy for ease of daily life. Number four, people buy because they want the pride. They say, we too, we get land for Kuje. We have land in Guzape. That for that pride. And number five, people buy for the fear of missing out. That's when it was talking about create. Okay, if you miss this now, you don't finish. Keep moving and I'll be done. How do you influence customers' buying? Make them feel unique and special. Always smile and truly welcome your customers. Offer a lot of information. There's a place many of us are missing it. We don't have information at all. Even about your company, about your product. Any small thing, let me call my engineer. It's an error. Let me call my site engineer. It's an error. You need that knowledge. Number four, customer needs to be involved. He talked about it. Number five, make realistic promises. It is better to under-promise and over-deliver. There's a book I will recommend to some of us that are selling here. Very small book. That book title is Selling Without Selling Your Soul. Go and get that book. I read that book many years ago. It's less than 100, I think about 120 pages. Selling without selling your soul. You will understand why you need to underpromise and overdeliver and provide high level of service. Just move. Back. You want to understand law of value selling? Get a copy of this book. Everybody in this room today, I encourage you. I have gone to a market before to buy shirts and all of that, and I saw books I was looking for. I turned down that offer, and I bought books. You want to understand value selling? Get a copy of my book. Keep moving. Keep moving. The law of customer service. I talked about customer service in this book. I said customer service is superior experience you give before, during, and after. In this part of the world, we only give customer service after somebody has bought from you. Not that the experience won't even buy. We even determine, I don't know, buy from you. I'm almost done. Salem, I'm almost done. Reciprocation. Why do you think you go to Malam selling suya and you are standing with your friend that, Oga, I want to buy suya? Say, can I say suya? Okay, we just cut one. Oga, taste. It will cut for your friend too. Taste. Kai, wallah, nice. You will buy. That's the law of reciprocation. Every human are tied to every level of favor they give to you. We need to reciprocate. And finally, as I move, just keep moving. Objection, I'll take time to talk about this tomorrow. Way out, I'll talk about this tomorrow. Move. Networking, I'll talk about this tomorrow. The law of likability. Nobody buy from strangers. People buy from people they like, they know, and they trust. In fact, I was speaking somewhere to some young ladies trusting God for husband. I said, many of you guys need to increase your likability. You need, as a salesperson, whatever you are doing out there, even as a business owner, get this book. I explain in detail the law of likability. Let's move. I'm almost done. There's something I want to pick there. Just go, keep moving. Keep moving. You see, when somebody got this my book in UK, he said, Femi, remove the law of divinity. I said, why? He said, but some people don't believe in God. I said, that's your business. Read 47 law and remove the last law. Just tear it off. Because the author believed there's a God that rules in the affairs of men. And it's the 48th law. The law of divinity. I'm a first person of faith. I don't put religion. Let me conclude with this story so that you can come up and we can have a. You see, one day I was invited to speak to some pastors in the room. And I opened their mind to some reality. They look at me that this guy is so kinda. Where's he coming from? You know those big bishops, they were looking at me. And I gave them out of my CV in that meeting. I said, you are pastors, right? If you have spent 10 hours on your knees, non-stop, raise up your hand. None of them. Raise up their hands. I gave them other part of my CV. I said, me, not a pastor, but I've spent 10 hours on my knees before. There was a day one of my customers called me and said, Femi, I saw you in my dream. I said, that's very good. Buy my product. Because I carry my customer's name to the altar. I said, this man, God, what are you talking about here? Life is a serious matter. And spirit, we need the law of divinity. Life is spiritual. And on a final note, let me look at the last slide there. And I'm done because she's already waiting for me. Oh, I can't even go into this. Law of online presence. Just keep moving. I'm done. There's something I want to talk about there. Oh, I can't. Let's go. Let's go. There's something I want to hit there. Oh. Dr. Elijah has talked, a lot about this. But let me just emphasize the real decision maker. Many of us want to close deals. And you don't know the people that constitute that decision. Some of us, that man you're looking at, if the wife decides say no, that property will not go. You need to know and involve everyone. They are called power centers. If you don't identify power centers in every business, you can't close it. Because the power centers are people that can determine your next level in sales. Imagine you going to an office every day, talking to secretary, PA. You're only wasting your time, energy, and resources. Finally, go to the next slide. Let me just move here. Let me just stop here. Just go. Ooh. Go. He talked about this. If you can't see the sales, if you can't see that million dropping on your table, if you can't see yourself shaking hands with your customer, ladies and gentlemen, this program has been packaged. Sorry, you see, this is the first edition. By God's grace, in June or thereabout, we're going to have Lagos edition. It will be an annual conference. By the grace of God. I thought somebody will clap. People have done entrepreneurship conference, youth conference, leadership conference, but the real thing that brings money. One day I told one accountant, I said, what are you counting if you are not selling? You don't have a job. Say, me, I'm a lawyer. You are lawyering because we have money. Because we are selling. If you are not selling, no business for anybody. No sales, no business. No sales. So that is why sales or selling is the lifeblood of any enterprise. Sales or selling is the conduit pipe for any organization. Sales or selling is the compensation for production. Don't care how much you have produced if you are not able to sell. Ladies and gentlemen, go to the next slide. I'd like us to rise up together to take this. I will stop here. But please, if you want to celebrate. If you want to clap. If you're not clapping, don't clap. Let's go to that slide together. Number one, go to that slide. I want us to echo this. A lot of time, every waking moment, I remind myself this over and over and over and over again. I recite it the way I recite the Bible. You need to be committed to that assignment. Number one, let's go. Number two. Number three. Number four. Number five. Number six. Number seven. Ladies and gentlemen, if it's going to be, guys, it's up to you. And don't you ever stop working when you are tired. Stop when you are done. Keep pushing. God bless you. The next slide so I can see the book, please.
Thank you so much. We crave your indulgence to kindly remain on stage, sir. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Indeed, you would agree with me that he's a sales champion, isn't it? It takes a sales champion to be able to convince and sell himself to a woman that embodies grace, a woman that embodies excellence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while remaining standing, can we put our hands together for Mrs. Fumike Joshua as she comes up stage? Thank you so much. I would like to publicly present the book, 48 Laws of Selling. Are you excited? It's also an honor to welcome on stage Engineer Femi Alao, uncle of Mrs. Fumike, all the way from Lagos, as he joins us upstage for this presentation. While we had our convener speaking, we had the honor of having Dr. Daniel Moses. Can we please celebrate him? We also have the honor of having Dr. Ugochukwu Omeogu. Please, let's celebrate him. Thank you so much. And we crave your indulgence to kindly join us upstage. Thank you so much. We also have our esteemed engineer Hailadi. Please come up stage. And our exceptional speaker. Please join us, Salem. Please. Thank you so much. And also our panelists. Do we have them in the house? Please join us for this public presentation of the book, 48 Laws of Power. For our VIP participant, 48 Laws of Selling.
In fact, that struck something. When I was praying about the title of this book, I just heard in my spirit the 48 Laws of Selling. So I said, but there's a 48 Laws of Power. I understand search engine optimizations. I just got the 30. If you Google 48 Laws of Power, my book will come under.
That deserves an applause. That deserves an applause. Thank you so much. We crave your indulgence, sir. Can you please join us upstage for this public presentation, please? Yes, please. Thank you, Dr. Moses. Yes, please. Also, for our VIP participant, if I were you, I would enlarge this photograph and frame it. Please join us. Join our amazing speakers. Thank you so much. Yes, please. The VIP participant for tomorrow's session. This is a moment that's going to change the trajectory of sales in not just Nigeria, but also in Africa. Thank you so much. Just for the camera, we may need to return these until we get our personal copies. Thank you so much. I might need one of the ushers to help remove this from the pack. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Advantages of being in the VIP class. Thank you. So it's not late to register. Please grab a copy. Okay. Can we have someone take this out? If you have a copy, you can join us. Do you have your copy? Fantastic. And if you don't have your copy, grab one now. Camera, are you ready? Can we have this off the stage? The lectern, please. Thank you. Can we have the lectern off the stage? So we can capture. Yes, So when we say the Sales Power Conference, you say Empowering Sales Champion. Are we together? So can we start with a short video first before we take a photograph? 1 to go. The Sales Power Conference. The Sales Power Conference. How do you empower a sales champion? You grab a copy of the 48 Laws of Selling. How do you empower sales champions? Thank you so much. So can we have a photograph now? Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate you for this honor.
Thank you. Yes, I'll do the autograph. Yes. If you have a copy of this book today, I will just sign on it, maybe during refreshment or something. The conference price is 25,000 naira. So please just walk in there and get your copy. God bless you.
Thank you so much. If I were you, this is a bestseller. So just grab the copy of this book, because in time to come, you might just get a copy of the book for over 500,000. So just get it now while the offer is still here. Thank you so much. So can we have the lectern back, please? Thank you so much. Are you excited? Are you elated? Are you excited? You're happy to be at the sales conference? 1 to go, the Sales Power Conference. If you know the next speaker, I want you to clear your throat. Have you cleared your throat? Our next speaker is a powerhouse. He is what? He is what? If you know who and what he's all about, you would grab your pen, grab your book, and trust me, if we give him 48 hours, it's not enough to unpack all that he has come with. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want the media to welcome Mr. I call him doctor, or even a professor, Professor Ugochukwu Omeogo. Please, can we have the media play this profile for us? Thank you so much.
Ugochukwu Omeogo is a workplace attitude and peak performance expert, a premium business strategist and mentor. His mentoring and coaching experience and skills were developed in JP Morgan Chase Bank in the United States, where he was the lead facilitator in performance management review and organizational strategies. Ugochukwu Omeogo has facilitated programs and trained for JP Morgan Chase Bank USA, Central Bank of Nigeria, American Embassy, Angel Foundation USA, Zenith Bank PLC, Fidelity Bank PLC, Echo Bank PLC, Polaris Bank PLC, Bank of Industry, IEI Starco Insurance, ExxonMobil, Keystone Bank Limited, iSkills, iTech Integrated Software and System Limited, Neymar Pharmaceutical PLC, TF Financial Service Ghana, among others, who he has helped in developing their change management and leadership, structural re-engineering training, and also in development of their sales and marketing strategy. He runs private mentoring program for businesses and corporate executive of Fortune 500 companies. He is deep in his thought process, passionate, dynamic, continuous ardent learner, and master of wealth creation process. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause and a standing ovation, let's make welcome Ugochukwu Omeogo.
That hands can be bigger and better. There is something that the video profile is missing. That he's a deliverer that delivers people from the mantle of poverty. So if you know that there is something that is going on with your finances, get in contact with this man because he has that mantle of wealth creation. He has delivered entrepreneurs and professionals from that near success syndrome to exceeding success. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's continue putting our hands together for this dynamic trailblazer, business strategist and mentor. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for doing us the honor of coming to share your wealth of knowledge. I'm sure even if we pay you in thousands, dollars, and pounds, we can't really pay for your knowledge. That hands can be bigger and better. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, thank you. Please put your hands together for yourself, everybody. Can you get lower? Can you get lower? You can sit on it and then probably push it. Sit on it. Please, get seated, please. You sit on it? Okay. Okay, it's fine. Okay, that was a long climb. Please clap for the climbing.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So, the problem is not the word sale. The problem is the concept of sale. Do you have a slide from me upstairs? So the problem is not sale, because the actual outcome is wealth, true or false? So the challenge is you want to create wealth. Is that correct? You don't really want to sell. You want to be wealthy. Does it make sense? That's the ultimate part. Because that thing you're trying to sell, if I give you $1 billion, you won't do that again. Come on, talk to me now. So there's a difference. There's a conceptual deficiency in your understanding of the word sell. So even though we are using the word S-A-L-E, your concept is wrong. Anytime you're talking to someone to buy a product, to buy a service, you're not selling, you're hawking. Please write it down. Anytime you're discussing, this product is wonderful, what are you doing? Anytime you're discussing an idea for somebody to believe in it, you're selling. So you sell ideas, you hawk products. You're not, okay, it's like this class is not for you guys. So there's a difference between the art of selling and the act of hawking. I'm going to share with you a little bit, and then those that wants to be wealthy will be in Transcorp tomorrow. If you're going to be in Transcorp tomorrow, raise your hand. If you're going to be in Transcorp tomorrow, raise your hand. Okay. If you've bought the ticket to be there tomorrow, raise your hand. If you bought the ticket, if you're going to buy the ticket to be there tomorrow, raise your hand. Okay. Now get the microphone. Is there any microphone on the floor for me? Microphone on the floor. Do you have a microphone on the floor? Where's the microphone? Yes. If you already bought the ticket for tomorrow, can I see your hands up? You already bought the ticket? Okay. If you're going to buy the ticket today for tomorrow, raise your hand. Okay. Give to my sister right there at the back, quickly. To the back. Hasten up, faster, faster. So why do you want to come there tomorrow? Today should be enough.
Because I understand what it takes to change my mindset about what I do.
What will happen if you don't come there tomorrow?
I remain where I was.
What do you do?
I'm a realtor.
Okay.
Yes.
What's your name?
Deborah.
Deborah. What is the price for tomorrow?
250,000 naira.
Okay. You're going to pay today?
Yes, sir.
If you pay right now, I give you 50% discount. How about that?
Thank you.
Please put that account number on the screen right now. You want to do the transfer right now? Ready for now? Transfer right now. Transfer right now. Okay. And once your transfer comes in, I have something else for you. Matter of fact, how many of us are going to be there tomorrow? If I give you the same discount, can I see your hands up? The same discount? The same discount? More hands up? Please stand on your feet if you're going to pay the same discount. The first person to pay gets 1 year mentorship with me worth over $100,000. $100,000. I was showing Ladi this morning, I was showing him on the screen, someone paid $30,000 last week to be in my mentorship. $30,000. I started a company last year. I started a company last year. We've sold close to $300,000, no single product. Which means if you can't sell nothing, you can't sell something. So it's not the word, it's the concept. Your ideology, your understanding, okay, of the concept determines how you practice it in real life. Okay? And you have 60 seconds to make the payment, and once that window goes, we go back to 250,000. If you've learned something now, raise your hand. If you've learned something, raise your hand. If you've learned something already, raise your hand. Please give the microphone over here. Microphone, please. What have you learned so far? Give to him. Raise your hand. If you've learned something already, can I see your hands up? Have you learned anything so far?
Yeah.
What is it?
Sales, actually. We're able to sell a ticket for tomorrow by giving a discount. In Nigeria, all over the world, I'm saying Nigeria because I'm used to Nigerian sales. Most Nigerians take action when there's a discount.
That's not why. You should please put your hands together for her right there. Because she's already said yes before the discount came. Two of us. Yeah, but she's already going to do that. But that's good. But that's a good idea to try. People listen to you because of your experience. They believe you because of your result. So the key word is the concept of self, not the words. Now, I'm going to share with you a little bit of things because part of what I want you to learn is how to develop the mind of a wealth creator. Sales becomes one of the attributes you're going to have. What did I say? Develop the mind of a wealth creator. And the kind of skill you need to sell is not talking, it's communication. And what is communication? It's the ability to transfer, right, through your idea, through your words and your actions, your ability to transfer thoughts. Write it down. Communication is your ability to transfer thoughts through words and actions into the two realms of the human existence. What's communication? Your ability to do what? Transfer thoughts through how many medium? Two. The words you speak and the actions you take into the two realms of the human existence. Number one, the mind. Your ability to create logical reasons in the mind of people. Number two, to affect the beliefs of people. But most times, people stay on the first, which is the logic. And once logic starts, it doesn't end. But people's belief bypass logic. When they buy, they create logic to support it. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? So let me show you some visuals that I did this morning just to help you. Tari, can I get it? Any real estate person here? If you're real estate, raise your hand. Real estate? Real estate? Yeah. I said when I started, if you're talking about what? Product and services, what are you doing? What is sales? The ability to do what? Transfer ideas to people. Okay. What is the ultimate reason for sale? To be wealthy. Not to sell products and services. That's the ultimate reason. Okay. So look on the screen. Sales, the art, finish it, versus the act. Okay? So look on this screen now. Can I get that? Tari, you can help me. Tari, you can help me. Yes. I don't know if it's working. Okay. What do you see? You see a land, right? Okay. In Nigeria, I've seen a lot of people, they say they're in real estate. But they are not in real estate. They are land sellers. Plenty of them. Okay. In fact, like Babana said, Allah said, most of them are tourists. 90% of them that are selling land, call them, they are broke. True or false? 90% of them. That's the land. Now, write this down. The real assets are not tangible assets. So I want you to just put that with real estate. I'm trying to give you a context of real estate. Tangible assets are not the real asset, are not the real value, sorry. Tangible assets are not the real value. The real value is the knowledge through which value is added to the tangible asset. So that land is an asset. But the real value of that land is what you are able to do to improve the value of the land. So sales has more to do with your ideology of the concept of wealth. So knowledge is the only asset that adds value to other assets. What you should be looking for is the knowledge of how to add value. Your value commands the payment that the customer wants to pay. Now look at this again. If I was going to sell that land as it is, and the one opposite it, which is still the same land, the house I put on it, which one would be more expensive? Which one? Why? Now, to create that value, knowledge comes in. Thinking comes in. But that's not what we do here. So a poor man can be a salesman. It requires knowledge, study, psychology, understanding. Now, if you buy a product and service, and you consume it, what are you? Consumer. If you buy a product and service, and you're able to get other people to buy the product and service, what are you? A hawker. If you buy into the idea and the concept of your product and services, and you are able to persuade people to buy into the concept and idea of that product, what are you? A salesman is a person that is able to persuade people to believe in a particular concept before they buy the services that come from that concept. That's why Rolls Royce is not a car. It's an accessory of statement. If you want to buy a car, you don't buy a Rolls Royce. You can buy a Toyota. But anytime you're thinking about Rolls Royce, what are you thinking about? Significance? No. Relevance? Appearance? Even though it doesn't drive more than Toyota and Camry. Because its presence appeals to a higher function of significance and value. Any fool can sell Toyota, but it takes a salesman to sell a Rolls Royce. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? It's not as simple as you're saying. So I want you to differentiate between sales and hawking. Sales is about ideas, beliefs upon which a buying decision is made. That's why when you sell a Rolls Royce, it represents an ideology, which means if I put the symbol of Rolls Royce on a pen, the value of the pen increases. If I put it on a shoe, the value of the shoe increases. Does it make sense? Because it's at the point of branding that sales happen. Does it make sense? Okay. Now, knowledge, please write it down, is the only asset that creates other assets. Tangible assets are not the real value. The real value is the knowledge to improve the tangible asset. That's what it is. Now, if you go to the Bible, in Proverbs chapter 24, verse 5, it says, by knowledge, the rooms are filled with all what? The pleasant and precious riches. Okay, Tari, you're not there. Okay? Can I put it on the screen? Can I put it on the screen? Proverbs 24, verse 4. Can I have it? Let's read. Want to go, everybody? Let's read. By what? By hard work? By business? By business? So what is the ultimate outcome that you want to sell for? Wealth and riches. That's what you want. What should you be in the business of doing? You should be in the business of learning. Sales is a natural outcome from an eligible person. That's what it is about. Now give my slide again. My slide. So let's look at this again. Who are these people? They are human beings, right? How valuable are those young people? How valuable are they? They're just humans. Do you know if those young people grow up without adding value for themselves, you won't have respect for them? Do you know that? True or false? Now, the picture below those children, is like a homeless person. At best, a human being. But guess what? The value of the human being is in what he adds to himself. See? Those children grow into military men. Now you have respect for them, which means by what you know, respect comes to you. By what you become, respect comes to you. See? In other words, you are first a human being before you become something else. The greatest asset that enables you to command returns is the quality of the person involved in the sales. But most people go into the concept of sale because they need money from the people that they're trying to sell. Matter of fact, sales has nothing to do about what you want to get. It has everything to do with what you want to give. How can I improve the life of people? Which means before the opportunity to sell, the process of becoming valuable is more important than the opportunity to sell. Does it make sense? That's what is important. Look at this screen. See the cocoa right there? See the cocoa right there? It's cocoa. It's the natural stuff. But between cocoa and chocolate, which one is more expensive? Why? Value added to it. So without the knowledge of wealth creation, it's impossible to sell. You must understand the whole gamut of creation of wealth. Femi is very blessed because I've seen salespeople who are still broke because they don't know how to manage the money that came from the sales. Does it make sense? Is an entire system. If you've learned something, can I see your hands up? If you truly have learned, don't raise your hand because I'm going to ask you what you've learned. If you've not, don't raise your hand and say, "What I learned something." If you've learned something, can I see your hands up? If you truly have learned something, okay? Right? Give the microphone to my brother at the back. Yes, right? No, at the back. No. Yeah.
I think primarily what I've learned today is the fact that I've been hawking all this while.
Please clap for that right there.
Basically.
Tell me, what does that mean? What does that mean?
I've not really gained full understanding of what sales really means until now. And it has helped me change my perspective, and it's given me more interest in rechanneling my thoughts on how to do more better when approaching my next sales, basically.
So what would you do differently?
First, I need to change my thinking. See it as a wealth creation tool rather than just selling to keep.
Please put your hands together for that. It's amazing right there. Incredible. What's your name?
My name is Believe Stanley.
Are you going to be at Transcorp tomorrow?
I don't have the capacity yet to afford it, but I wish I can.
Did you say you're a salesperson?
Yes.
All right. Do you have contact?
Yes, I do.
On your phone?
Yes, I do. Sir.
How many contacts do you have on your phone?
Over 500.
Now, you said earlier that you're a hawker, not a salesperson, so I can't hold you ransom. Now, these people, are they human beings or are they ghosts?
They are human beings.
Now, tonight, I'm going to challenge you. I want you, when you get off this call today, begin to call each person right there one by one. Call your friends. Call your family members. Begin to call them that you have this opportunity to be at a place that will change your life forever, and you want to get 10,000 from each of them. And you have over 500. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If you call 10 of them for 10,000, how much will it be?
Over 500K.
If you call 10 people for 10,000, they give you 10,000 each, how much will it be? If you call 20 people for 10,000, how much will it be?
That's 200.
Now, as you call them, if they can't help you, each person that says no, delete the phone number. And by the time you go through and 500 of them cannot help you, format the phone. Then come to me tomorrow as an orphan, I'll adopt you. What is the purpose of having all of these people and you can't have anything to do with them? I mean, why do you have the people? Why do you have all these people on the phone? Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Call your pastor tonight. You have a pastor, right?
Yes, I do.
Call him tonight. Say, Pastor, I've got this opportunity to help me. I've got this guy. He's a multi-millionaire in dollars, and he's going to help me to build my business. Do you give that to your church?
Yes, sir.
From which money? Some of your phone is a cemetery for people who are not useful to you. Call them tonight. Do you have a father?
Yes, I do.
Is he still alive?
Yes, he is.
You can get 10,000 from him?
I can.
Is he an ancestor or a forefather?
I didn't get that.
Is your father an ancestor or a forefather? Ancestors are those who destroy our destiny before we became adults. I mean, it means they didn't think about us to build something for us to inherit. In fact, they're even expecting us to give something back to them. Forefathers are those who build wealth ahead of you before you became an adult and leave an inheritance for you. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Is your father a forefather or an ancestor?
A lady foundation, actually.
A lady foundation? How old are you?
I'm clocking 40 this month.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
God, why? When poor people get married, they produce poor children. Say it after me. It's a cycle. 40. You don't have. No, it's crazy. So you're going to do that tomorrow? You're going to do that tonight? You're going to make some phone calls tonight? Okay. On my word, right?
Yes, sir.
I challenge you. You have people on that contact who's going to be there for you. Call them, right?
I'll be there tomorrow.
Speak from your heart. Please put your hands together for him right there, okay? What's your name?
My name is Billy Stanley.
Billy Stanley. Please put your hands together for Billy Stanley again. Thank you. Who else has learned something already? Can I see your hands up? Who has? Okay, my lovely sister already raised her hand. I'll give her the woman that paid this afternoon. How much did you pay? 50% off. Oh, okay. Yes, I appreciate you. Tell me what have you learned so far?
So far, I've been challenged, and what you said to me is that I've been extremely selfish in how I serve the world. So I have learned my challenges be the determining factor for what I do, and not in me bringing value to the world. And I haven't seen the bigger picture, knowing that it's not just about the money, but also about transforming people's future. After all, my business, the logo says, building futures, one property at a time. But looking at what you've said, I've not really been doing that. I've been focusing more on the commission that I make rather than the service that I can offer people to create a better future for their children and for themselves. So now I know that sales is not just about telling people to come buy lands and houses in Abuja, but selling the idea of becoming a part of a better future, because what I do is not just sell any land. I make sure that I sell lands that have value and that are free from encroachment. So I'm helping them to see a future where they can be better and their generation can be better for it. So thank you very much, sir, for today.
It's incredible. Incredible. The world don't pay you for what you know. They pay you for what you express. There's so many intelligent, broke people. Okay. So you now know the difference between sales and hawking. Is it clear now? What is hawking? When they're talking about products and services, that's what it is. What is selling? When they're discussing ideas, persuasions, okay? Say persuasions. When you're able to shift people's beliefs in what is possible, you've sold. Now, one of the ways to know whether you're going to be a good salesperson or not is to check your buying philosophy. Say it again, your buying philosophy. If you're always buying commodities without buying brands, it also shows the level of the type of person you are as well, in terms of what you believe. So for the purpose of communication, I'm going to use the word sell, but you know what it means now. When you sell products, you get cash. Write it down. When you sell relationship, you get retainership. When you sell an opportunity, you get referral. When you sell ideas, you get commitment. Can I take it again? When you sell product, what you get? Cash. The person pays you, it doesn't stay with you. Somebody pays you for a product, pays you for a service, the person doesn't stay with you. But when you move it to one notch up and begin to talk about relationship, the person wants to stay with you and buy over and over again. That's superior to product, right? Right? When relationship is more the center, repeated purchases becomes possible. Is that correct? Now, but when you move it to an opportunity where people begin to understand the advantages in that opportunity, they can make a referral for other people to buy. Does it make sense? Now, a sales process is an educational process. Please write it down. When you're selling, you're educating. You're converting your client to a recruit. Say it again. You guys are not with me. Come on now. Don't have clients, have recruits. People that will go and sell your idea again and again without collecting commissions from you. You guys are not with me. I don't have clients. You know who I have? I have recruits. I recruit my clients. They become my advocate. They become proud to be able to talk about what I offer. And that in itself becomes a satisfaction without demanding any extra commission from them. Let me ask a question. How many of you, if you're a Christian here, raise your hand? Raise it very well. Raise it very well. Okay. Put your hands down. Put your hands down. Let me tell you how powerful that is. How many of you believe in Christ? Raise your hand. You believe in Christ. You believe in Christ. You do? Great. Put your hands down. How many of you have seen Christ before that lived 5,000 years ago? None. How many of you were there when he was buried? Raise your hand. How many of you saw the cross upon which he was buried? Raise your hand. How many of you saw the nail that went through his hand? How many of you believe in Christ? Raise your hand. See? How many of you can talk about Christ to somebody else? Something you've never seen, witnessed, touched, and you talk about it. What is that called? Sales. What product did you receive from talking about him? Nothing. How much do you get from talking about him? How many of you still even give money to promote the idea of Christ? Raise your hand. How many of you are happy doing it? What is sales? Your ability to transfer beliefs in people strong enough that they can go ahead and die for it. That's sales. If you can't sell ideas, you're a lazy person. Now write this down. Laziness is not a physical thing. Laziness is a mental thing. If you can't read a book long enough to hold an idea from that book, if you can't hold a thought long enough to convert those thoughts into ideas, to convert the ideas into products and services, you're a hard-working, lazy person. There are so many hard-working, lazy persons. They are masking their laziness by putting too much pressure on the body. There are so many hard-working, lazy people. Laziness is not a physical thing. If you can't hold a thought long enough to convert into ideas, convert it into thought, into belief system, if you can't do that, you're a lazy person. There's no point wasting this time here. If you don't show up tomorrow, today you have the most miserable time in your life because you'll be seeing us in the hall tomorrow. Tomorrow is engineering of your deep-seated concept of life upon which proceeds your actions. You want people to believe in the cause you're about long enough, strong enough to promote the ideas without you being there to talk about it. But you know at best, you know what you do? Oh, come and buy this land. Any fool can talk about it. Now, the Bible says your inability to sell is a curse. Because in selling, you transfer value to people. Can I have Proverbs chapter 11, verse 26? You should sell. You should change people's beliefs. People should hear your name, say whatever your name is on it, they'll buy it. It doesn't matter what it is. People should not be looking for properties. They should be looking for you to find properties for them. In fact, somebody's supposed to bring product to your clients, and they will say they will call you that somebody's bringing a particular product that is not in your own product category, and ask you to go and find it. Does it make sense? Okay. Proverbs 11:26. Can I have it? And I'll close with that. Proverbs 11:26. Let's go. Want to go? The people will curse him who withholds value, but blessing will be on the head of him who sells it. Blessing. Now let me put it in context. If I have what you truly need and I deny you the opportunity to buy it, would you be happy with me? Would you be happy with me? If I have what you truly need, what you need to be successful, and you know that I have it, would you like to buy? Would you like to buy? If I have what you need, right? Would you like to buy? And you know if you buy it, you're going to become more successful. Would you like that, right? What if I withdraw it from selling it to you? Huh? Hello, help me now. I'm a bad person. See? So selling is a blessing to take value to people that will be elevated from the sale of the value that you have. But because you see it from a place of scarcity, of you collecting money, not from you adding value to people, that's why you already got the no in your head before it came. In fact, you're fulfilling your own prophecy because you know somehow they know you're not there for them, you're there for yourself. Are you blessed this afternoon? Okay. Tomorrow, I'm going to show you how to start what I call the sales workflow strategy. Say it again. The sales workflow. Now, you don't sell products and services. You sell value. But you cannot sell value without products and services. Can I say it again? What did I say? You don't sell products and services. But you create products and services with the intent to sell. So products and services is the way in which value can be communicated. Does it make sense? Yeah. Put your hands together for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. The people that are coming there tomorrow, on my own word, after tomorrow, I'm going to have a special session with you. Maybe 1 month sessions, because, see, you can stumble on cash, you can't stumble on wealth. Wealth is a process. Poor people look for cash, rich men look for knowledge. So anyone that is paying for tomorrow, based on this, I'm standing here, you have 1 month access to me. Would that be nice? Now, I'm going to put you in my funnel. I'm going to take you, I'm going to give you some level of exposure beyond your wildest imagination. That you owe me after that, and I'll wait for you 2 years after to bring me my private jet. Is that okay? Thank you very much. God bless you. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, I'm not done. Yeah. So, please clap yourself again. So I want to find out those that are coming tomorrow based on my word. So I have one. I want you to come forward. Come forward, please. If you're coming tomorrow based on this call, I want to make sure I identify them right now. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, if you're coming tomorrow based on on this declaration tonight. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for them.
Okay. Yes. So if you're coming tomorrow, yeah, come forward, yeah. No, don't worry, yeah. Don't come close yet until I baptize you with the knowledge of world creation. Yeah. Okay. So, Mama, thank you. Get the microphone for me. Mike. Mama, how are you? What's your name? Nekobi. Oh, that sounds good. So tell me why you already paid today? Okay, how much did you pay? 125. Okay, great. Why did you do that? You could have used that money to do your hair, buy rice for the people in the village. So why did you want to do that?
Well, immediately after Mr. Heladi's teaching, I said, tomorrow we're in Transcorp, we're getting the money anyhow. So we got it on a platter of gold. We got it cheaper.
Okay. Please put your hands together for that woman. Poor people know the price of things. Rich people know the value of things. Two different things. Okay. Yes. Let's give to my mom right there. Have you already paid?
Yeah, I've paid.
When? This afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you pay?
Actually, I was at home when it was past 10 and I saw the event live and I started watching. I was like, okay, let me just rush in, came in. Then I was actually convinced by engineer Haruna based on his conversation and what he said. And when I went out, I was like, okay, I really want to pay for this event. I'm sure tomorrow will really change my life and the way I see sales opportunity. Yeah.
What's your name?
Halima Sadia.
What do you do?
I work in real estate.
Oh, awesome. Please put your hands together for her right there. Yes. Give to my people over here. How many of you are coming tomorrow? Yes. No, I already know you're going to call your village people tonight. Yes. You coming tomorrow?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Have you made your payment yet?
Yes, I've made
When?
it. Now.
You made the payment now?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I truly believe that the information I'm getting is way more valuable than the money. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
If I didn't pay, I'm losing.
Okay, let me put this perspective. You don't get into my space with anything less than $5,000. Never done. But based on the relationship I have with Femi, I had to make sure that not only will I come tomorrow, I have already planned to take some of you who's going to be there tomorrow into more extended conversation so that your results will validate my wisdom. Say it again. Your result will validate my wisdom. Okay, yes, give to him. Have you already paid?
No, I've not made payment, but I'll do that.
So when are you going to do it?
Today, because you gave us 50% discount.
No, 50% expires 2 minutes ago.
Bullshit.
Yes. If you're still in the hall, yes, I can extend that. Yes, give to my sister. She's scared now. Yes, you coming tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you already paid?
Yes, sir.
When?
I've paid.
When?
As you were saying.
As I was saying, okay. How much did you pay?
125.
125. Why did you do that? Why?
I just believe it's a God's plan for me because I'm supposed to be here earlier today, and one of my customers coming to come, she wants to buy. I own a boutique, and I'm able to sell something. So I don't have the 250. So when you say we should pay, not that I have the money, I just believe God wants me to pay. That's why I make that sales this morning. So I commit my sales to invest in this so that I get more knowledge about sales.
Okay. Please put your hands together for my sister right there. Yes. Have you paid?
No, I've not, but I'll do that right after now.
Right now?
Yeah.
Can you hand the microphone to him while you make the payment?
Sorry?
Give to him the microphone and then come back. Do you have the money? You sure? I hope if you pay that money, you have enough to eat towards the end of the month.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you. Yes. Tell me, have you made payment?
No, I'll do that soon.
Say it again?
I'll do that shortly after.
You do when?
Shortly after, sir.
Shortly after now. Why do you want to do that?
Because I need the wealth of knowledge and experience that you'll be sharing with us.
Are you sure you have enough after you made the payment?
Yes, sir.
You sure? You look like you're sorry. Like you're not sounding very confident.
No, sir, I am.
Are you going to borrow the money? Do you have the money?
Yes, sir.
You sure?
I am.
You sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, please put your hands together for my people right there, ladies and gentlemen. And before I leave you, so I'm going to leave the window open. Are you part of us too? Oh, okay, fine. Give her the microphone. Give her the microphone, please.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead. Why do you want to make the payment?
Okay, I've made the payment already.
When?
A few minutes ago.
Why did you do that?
Because one thing I'm taking out of here is knowledge and investing in knowledge. So I wrote on my status, I'm going to be very intentional about knowledge. So that's why I've made the payment. And most importantly, you said something. You say you don't stumble on cash. People stumble on cash, but you don't stumble on wealth.
Right.
So when I write how much I want to make this year, for me, this is the right step to making that money because this is about exposure, knowledge, and building wealth with the right people.
Wow. Please put your hands together for my sister right there. So what I will teach you tomorrow, our sales expert will teach about sales tomorrow, Dr. Deji. And Hanlade is a grandmaster in sales. But my forte is wealth creation. Would that be nice? Would that be nice? So your sales will proceed from the substance of creating wealth. It will become a continuum and a flow of thought. Does that be nice? Okay. I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Can't wait. Oh my goodness. God bless you. Yes. Okay, but you didn't come out. Mama, yes, you can go back to your seat now. I love you. So write your names. Please get their names for these people here. Yes. Ushers? Yes, please follow the ushers. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Prince. Sorry, I've been wanting to talk to you, but this pulpit has been blocking my view. I don't know why they don't want to remove it. I wanted to talk. You asked about what we've been learning. You've been asking us at intervals what we've learned. And I want to tell you what I've learned. So what I've learned is a lot of people go into real estate and so many other businesses of selling and buying. But at the end of the day, they make money. Mr. Haladi told us about a man who was a sitting senator in Nigeria sometimes. We know how much it goes in there. And when he retired, he became broke. So from the moment you started speaking, I got to understand that money was not even the problem.
Please put your hands together for that young man right there.
Money.
Put your hands together for that young man right there.
And sir, about that, I want to ask you one question before I would finish selling. Should I save more money or more time? Because right now I know it's not about money. Then, secondly, what I want to say is that what was I saying? Yes, they go broke. And you said something. It's not about making money. It's about creating wealth.
Yes.
And wealth is not built on money.
Yes.
And which is what you're going to expose to us tomorrow. What wealth is all about.
Yes.
Creating sustainable, continuous passive wealth over time.
Yes.
So it's just a tip of what I've learned, and I said I would definitely do that. That's why I raised up my hand and shot this. Sorry, guys.
So you coming tomorrow?
So I have 250K.
So what you gonna do?
So MJ will pay for me.
Who's MJ?
He's my mentor.
Who is he?
Mr. Joshua.
You should delete that boy from your phone contact. Okay, but it's fine.
He's my father.
It's fine. It's fine. So write this down before I close. Right? I'm done now. I'm done now. Benjamin Disraeli said, "The greatest gift you can give to another man is not to share your riches, but to show him how to create his own." Can I take it again? The greatest gift you can give to a man is not to share your riches, but to show him how to create his own. If you are interested in learning how to build wealth, then tomorrow is yours, right? And I'm sure that tomorrow that most of you will have access to at least a 1 month of sessions with me that will guarantee the practice of the things you're going to learn. Because it's not enough to have the theories, but to have the modeling to follow in the application. And your result will validate my wisdom. In other words, value will always return to the source of value. If I'm able to help you and guide you, and you implement, and the result comes, the universal consciousness of things will make sure that it is traceable to me some kind of way. Would that be nice? Okay. God bless you. I'll see you tomorrow. 1 p.m., right? 1 p.m. at Transcorp Hilton. Have a good night.
Better, please, with a standing ovation. Let's put our hands together and celebrate this great dynamic leader, exceptional one. I was correct when I told you he had mantle for delivering people from poverty. So can you see that? Thank you so much, sir. We are so grateful. Thank you so much. We celebrate and value you. Indeed, it takes a champion to lead a champion into another phase of championship. Thank you so much, sir. We celebrate you, the wealth creation expert, boss. And I didn't mention that all he does is premium or nothing, right? Premium or... So just a quick recap. What have we learned? What have we learned? Pardon me if I call you professor, sir, because that's who you are to me. What have we learned from Professor Ugochukwu? What have we learned? He made mention that the greatest asset is not in the greatest value is not in the tangible asset, but in what? But in what? The world does not pay for what you know, but for what? Fantastic. And you put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You are indeed amazing. Now, I want us, the first time we cleared our throats, I want us to stomp our feet for this next speaker. Can we stomp our feet for the next speaker? Because he's another powerhouse. In fact, I was wondering, how did Dr. Femi Joshua get all this powerhouse in this room? And there's not been an eruption. I was expecting a collapse, like an explosion. Though we've been experiencing explosion, but explosion of our mind, a mind shift. Thank you so much, sir. We celebrate and value you for giving back to the society. And I can't believe that this conference is for free. Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker is, when you talk about global property wealth, you can't call two persons without calling his name. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I crave the indulgence of the media as they join me in introducing this red gem, this sales champion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, don't take my word for it. You be the judge. Media, I crave your indulgence.
Dr. Daniel Moses is the driving force behind Property Wealth Corporation UK Limited. His organization focuses on wealth creation through property development, appreciation, investment, consulting, and more. Dr. Moses is a renowned business and mindset coach, mentor, property entrepreneur, and a global voice in wealth creation. With over 2 decades in the diaspora, as a resident of the United Kingdom, he has built a multi-million-pound property business and has raised £2 million in private capital. Through his private members club, Dr. Moses has transformed over 1,000 lives, empowering communities worldwide. As a keynote speaker and an award-winning entrepreneur, he has shared platforms with global leaders and gained recognition across Europe and Africa. Dr. Moses is also an Amazon best-selling author. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause and a standing ovation, let's make welcome Dr. Daniel Moses.
Wow, that hands can be bigger and better. To think that he actually started Global Property Wealth from nothing is more reason why you have to listen to this great leader. You need to still do more research on him. I don't want to be the one sharing the story of his experiences while he was in the UK and taxi driving and all of those. I want you to do justice to hearing and knowing who this great leader is all about. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, put your hands once again for this dynamic, extraordinary leader. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I just wanted to say what an incredible conversation, training, coaching, and mentoring session we've just had with my brother, Ugochukwu. I was fascinated and blown away by that conversation. I also want to very quickly applaud my brother, Dr. Femi Joshua. You know, recently we met and I spoke in an event and we connected and he flew all the way to England on a short visit. And he said, this trip wasn't meant to happen. But after speaking with you, I have to make it up because we need to connect. And we connected in the United Kingdom. We had a good time. And we spoke about this day. And I'm excited that you were able to... bring me all the way down. I really appreciate that. And your hospitality has been absolutely amazing. First of all, it's not easy to put these events together. I just wanted to quickly give these remarks. We're not in church, by the way, but we're going to go to church a little bit. We're going to go to the business environment, and we're going to go to the practical environment. First of all, I want to criticize as well. When the pastor in church say a word of prayer, and the word of prayer hits you, we shout what? A big amen. But the Bible says, when you ask, you receive, correct? But when the sales trainer also tells you what to do, practically, in the practical realm, on what you do to transform your business, you also need to receive it with the same faith of the prayer, of the amen and the hallelujah. But I'm not seeing a room that's been doing that today. What's the difference? What's going on? Can somebody share what's going on? See, we have become too spiritually conscious, but we're not physically conscious. Can someone relate to that? Prayer doesn't give you money. Prayer gives you ideas, the mindset to create, the mindset to shift from the ordinary to the extraordinary. Who is flowing with me in the room? Show of hands. For those of you who are, how many of you is a member of an occult? Show of hands. When you go to, okay, well, yeah, it is a different kind of occult, like Babalawo. When you go to the house of the Babalawo to seek powers, they ask you to what? Do certain things to get to where you are. Where? Going to. So when the sales trainer is also giving you that information, please applaud them with some great energy. Receive the information with some energy. Because the more you give, the more he's going to be so energized to give you more. It's important. It's important. Very, very important. Because sales took me in a country where I had no mother, no brother, no sister, no auntie, no uncle. 21 years ago, I left the shores of Nigeria with nothing to travel to London, where I had nobody. Sales put me in the rooms of global leadership today. So take it very, very serious. A journey of 1,000 miles, they say, begins with what? One stone. The reason why Africa is still very backward is that we always think we know too much. We know it all. So I want to criticize you. I want to challenge you. We're going to celebrate all the speakers before I talk. So can everyone stand up on their feet? And I just want you to keep shouting for all the speakers. Just shout. Raise it. Keep going. Now move in the room and just give your neighbor a high five. Come on. Move around in the room. Leave your chair. Leave your chair. Give somebody a big high five. Leave your chair very quickly. A big high five. A big high five. Great. Dr. Femi, have we had a break today? Have we had a break at all? The break will be at the end. Okay. How many of you are already feeling very, very energized? Great. Only the speaker said it. How many of you already feeling energized? I want to talk about closing sales using the power of leverage and networking. So it's going to be a very interactive session. So first I want to ask, can someone pass the mic around in the room when I'm ready? Can someone in the room that is confident enough be able to explain to me what leveraging means to them? Leverage. Who can in the room? I just need 2 people to give me 2 different versions of leverage. There's a lady, raise your hand, stand up. If 2 people, stand up. Stand up. Can you pass the mic quickly? We're talking about sales. All right? How to leverage the power of leverage and networking in selling. Can we make it very quickly? Who is passing the mic? Who is passing the mic? Where are the ushers? Protocol, where are you? Where are you? Okay, come to the front, quickly. Run to the front. Come use this mic. Please come as well. Whilst we're trying to get the other mic. What does leveraging mean to you?
To me, leveraging means standing on a ladder that someone else already has built. That is my head.
Stay there, please. Do we have the other mic ready?
I'm answering this from my little knowledge about trading Forex. And leveraging is what I'm willing to put in the gap to get what I want.
There is no wrong answer, by the way. The second one is networking. Okay? What does networking mean to you?
Networking is offering something to someone who has what I do not have in exchange for what they have.
Networking is a conscious effort to build relationships with people.
Hold the mic there. Where's that guy that said he doesn't have 10,000 naira? Where are you? The guy that said he didn't have 10,000 naira. There was a guy who stood up that they had to coach him about his network on his phone. You don't have contacts, correct? How many people is in this room? How many people in this room? Just give me a random number. Over 200. The people who are going to give you the money to be in the room tomorrow are in this room. How many of you believe that? How many, if you genuinely believe that, stand up. I want to make this very practical. Because honestly, I wanted to teach and speak, but the guy's already done some amazing jobs. So let's make things quite practical. Do I have your permission, sir? Do you believe if you can't be in the room tomorrow, that there are people in this room that can fund you? Stand up. So let's see how we're going to leverage and how we're going to network. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Great. Don't leave this room without prospecting every single person in this room. How many of you know what prospecting means? A few, okay. Well, prospecting, in my own words, it's almost getting in the heads of another person to understand what problems they're having that you can help them solve. So the first point of selling is prospecting. I'm sure Dr. Ugo. Prospecting. So he said, forefathers and what? Ancestors. Don't go. Stay there. Okay? Okay. So I was told to stay like a pastor in the middle so the camera can capture me. I like to always move around. I would have actually come to this. I would actually come to the ground to even move around if you didn't tell me. I was about to do that, to be honest. It's like you spotted my eyes. So prospecting, we're talking about prospecting. So are you prospecting enough to leverage? Or are you networking? Are you prospecting so you can leverage? It's a triangle. Now, I'm going to relate this to myself and to you. So the man who basically did not have 10,000 contacts on his phones, it means the number one thing you've done wrong over the years, you haven't created a contact of prospected qualified individuals in your mobile phone. So you took people's numbers every day just for the sake of taking people's numbers. And in sales, it's all about intention. Are you just swapping somebody's contact for the sake of it? Are you taking picture for the sake of it? Are you connecting with someone for the sake of connecting with someone? We already have enough friends. All of us, we have enough friends. You're either giving value to your friends or your friends exchanging value to you. Are we following this? So, how do you prospect people? When you are making a relationship, it's almost going through a process of an interview. You ask what they do. In the process of asking what they do, how they do what they do, how they got to where they got to, you are in a process of prospecting. Dr. Ugo said enrollment of, right? He enrolls what? So, exactly. So enrollment, recruitment is all about prospecting. Same thing. Probably different perspective. And as a salesperson, rule number one is your ability to enroll, recruit, and prospect. And that's what this is all about. If you can enroll people, you can get people prospected, have people's contact, you can actually know who is in your network. So you can be able to sell to them the right product. You know, I come in a country where we talk about CRMs, lead qualifications, qualified and unqualified leads. So you ask people certain types of questions for them to get into your funnel. And this is the same process we're talking about. So you're prospecting people to know what they want and how you can serve them. So, my good friend, you want to get good in this room today. I don't know what you're selling. I don't know what you would like to sell, but there's definitely somebody in this room that's going to buy your product. And again, you might not always have the money to invest in your personal development. And I'm also going to be talking about how you can leverage other people's money to actually invest in your tomorrow without even selling them something. So there's two aspects. So, what we're going to do at the end of today, at the end of my talk, you want to connect with every single person. Get to know what they're doing. Find a way of how to serve them. Sales, obviously, Dr. Ugo said, is in what? 7. Because if you don't know how to sell, you're actually doing yourself a disservice. So you have to learn how to what? Prospect in order for you to give that person a value so you can also exchange what? Value back. Does that make sense? So, having broken down a little bit now, I want you to give me a redefinition of what you're already getting from this conversation. I'll come back to you in a minute, and I'll come back to you in a minute. You want to learn how to what? Prospect. Then let's come to leverage. How about you ask that person you're prospecting, who do they know who might be interested in what you're what? Selling. What did I say? Are we sleeping?
We need to find out who we know that knows someone that would want to be interested or buy what we're selling.
Referral.
Yes. And refer, yes.
Right? Who do you know who knows who might what? Be interested in buying a house, a service. Does that make sense? Networking. I'm going to connect it all together and then I'm going to ask you ladies to go and sit. Networking. Are you networking in the right room? So, why is networking so important? Dr. Femi, no disrespect, please. And don't be offended with what I'm about to say. I wonder why you didn't charge for this event. If you didn't charge, so everybody else has come. So there might be people that didn't have the money, didn't have the vision. They still came anyway just to tag along. But how about if this event was 300,000 naira today? It means that there was people who had 500,000. So, rule number one about networking, stop looking for free. Stop looking for free. When you go to free, you're talking to free people. Free. It's free. Let's just go. Saturday, I don't know what I'm doing. Let me just go. Free. So invest in your networking. Dr. Femi, please, next event, 300,000 naira. That's it. So imagine everybody here spent 300,000 to be here. There will be people in this room that has what? 500, a million naira balance that you could be able, it starts from, your selling starts from a networking room. Because people who you are looking for is always in the same room that you are in. I don't go to cheap restaurants. Why? I don't want to meet everybody. I don't fly economy. I don't want to meet people in economy because there's no money there. I don't sleep in a cheap hotel. I sleep in a 5-star hotel because I don't want to meet people that what? Don't have what I'm looking for. How about most of you here today enroll in Ibrahim Babangida Golf Center and learn to play golf? Are you seeing how your connection is changing? But to get there, you might have to invest in it. If you don't have the money, you need to leverage other people's money to invest and play golf. Learn how to play golf because the people you are going to be talking to is different. If you are in a business class, no matter your background, you walk towards me. I don't need to know who you are. I'm going to be very, very receptive. I'm going to be very, very accommodating. I'm going to be very, very friendly because of the level we are meeting. 3 things. Write this down. How you meet someone, where you met them, who introduced them to you, enables you to promote a sale or deliver a service. 3 things. How what? Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. I'm going to use my brother's words again. Who is learning something? Who's learning something? If you're learning something, say yes. Is it practical enough? Let me give you an example. Actually, let me come back. What are you learning so far? I almost forgot.
Firstly, I'm learning to be more intentional of where I am and how I like meeting people that's not like free people or people that have value.
By the way, we need to work on some confidence. We'll deal with that, all right? Always be confident when you're speaking. Imagine I'm buying something from you, and you're trying to doubt. I'm not going to buy. If you're asking me for investment, I'm not going to invest. Let me tell you, if you're being shaky answering my question or giving me an answer, I don't know that. I'm not in your head. Your answer is always right to me. Does that make sense? Did that help? All right? Good. Please, lady.
So what I took so far from this is in the aspect of categorization. But first, I cannot properly communicate value or transfer value to somebody without properly prospecting them. So it's in that process of prospecting and asking the right questions that lets me know if this person fits into what I am trying to offer, right? So if they do not, I could also look at other strengths. So I may meet someone, he cannot afford to buy the kind of property that I sell, but he works with somebody who can afford it. So now I know that my target audience is one step ahead. So how do I then relate with this person? So I'm being intentional in how I network and in the categories where I put people. So not necessarily profiling them, but just categorizing.
Wow. Can everybody give her a round of applause? 2 of you, I'm going to give you something. For 14 days this year, I'm going to offer to mentor you one-to-one for 14 days, one-to-one, at least an hour in those 14 days in this year, free of charge. Go to your chairs. And for everyone else that stood up, when I say stand up, somebody's trying to trick me. I caught you. Were you standing since? You stood up. Okay. I'm seeing some people stand up again now. I'm going to do a private Q&A sessions with you online in Zoom because I return back to London tomorrow, late night. So, Dr. Femi, please get that organized. Just a Q&A sessions. Ask me anything about sales and how we can actually tailor it to your particular industry. All right? Take the numbers. I think about how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. So, why is it so important to learn these three things when it comes to selling? Leverage, networking, and prospecting. If I'm trying to sell a land worth £1 billion, and I'm trying to sell it in this room, how many of you agree right now, apart from the front row, who think I can sell a land of £1 billion because of this room? Apart from this row. Because we have a problem in this room. The problem is £250,000. It's a barrier. So you are in the wrong room to sell $1 billion. You have a question? Write your questions down. Okay? If you have some questions, write your questions down. Let me quickly give a technique of asking questions. When you think about a question in your head, write it down. When you get the answer, write it down so that when you leave, you can look back at what you asked and what answer you got and give 3 bullet points on how that answer is going to help you. All right? And this goes back to Habakkuk 2. It says, write the vision down plain on tablets so that you can what? Run with it. All right? It's important. It changed my life completely. So, you have to learn to be in the right room. If you're trying to sell £1 billion property, you have to what? Be in the right room. So, how do you meet people to sell your products to? Who here is selling the £1 billion product? Show of hands. £1 billion product. Okay. Who here is selling half a billion? I expect all of you raise your hands. $1 billion. Are you afraid of $1 billion? Mindset. It's all about mindset. Do you know the same level of energy it takes to make 1,000, same level of energy it takes to make $1 billion? Same level of energy it takes to be friends with a poor man. Same level of energy it takes to be friends with a wealthy man. Same level of energy it takes to be friends with Dr. Femi. Same level of energy it takes to be a friend of someone who just drove past. By the way, 2015, I was a taxi driver. I was what? And I have sold multi-million pounds in England. I've done multi-million pound projects. I've raised private investor capital in multi-million in pounds. What changed? Mindset. So sometimes it's not actually selling. It's all about your mind. It's all about mind. It's a mindset issue. Because if you're not going to step out of your comfort zone to say, I need to invest in where I meet people, how do I leverage the people that I met? Then how do I serve or sell to them? Then there's an issue, isn't it? So it's all about mindset. I don't want to teach. I want to have a conversation, by the way. We're having a conversation. And these are the things. So if you're trying to, make a commission of £1 billion, £1 billion, and you're selling to the wrong place, first of all, you're in the wrong room, so nobody's interested in $1 billion because it sounds too heavy. It's too big. I said, who is looking to sell $1 billion? And everybody's hands was a bit like this. So there's a mindset problem. Because same level of energy it takes to sell $1 billion, same level of energy it takes to sell 1,000. So if you change your mindset and say, actually, let me shift from selling £1,000 product, £1,000 product, £1,000 product, and let me sell what? A £1 billion product. Same thing. When I was an Uber driver, what changed before I became a very successful entrepreneur, built a multi-million pound business in the UK, was mindset. So if you don't understand your mindset, how then you going to be able to network, leverage, and then prospect? Or the other way around, in no particular order. Because whatever you're looking for is also looking for you. Whatever you're what? Looking for is also looking for you. The moment you start looking for a billion in sale, a billion starts to look for you. Does that make sense? Am I saying something to someone? Same thing it takes to sell 1,000 is what it takes to sell a billion. The difference is the environment. I'll give you an example. I just got a bottle of water here. Probably I got it free of charge. If I was to drink this water in Hilton, Transcorp, about 4,000 naira, I just got this water free. In Transcorp is what? 3, maybe even 5, maybe. Right? If I was to drink the same water in London, it's probably worth £4. And £4, 8,000 naira. What's the difference? See, are you connecting why leverage is so important and why networking is so important? It's where you are. It's just where you are, where. Dr. Ogo, multi-million dollars in sales. Imagine you're selling to his network. He has a friend that wants to buy a house in Asokoro, Maitama. We are the most expensive place in this place. Guzape. Where else? Do you think if you're in his network, you can sell to the right person that wants to buy the right product? Now, do you know what it takes to be able to be in his network to sell to his friends who would happily pay you $1 billion or give you $1 billion to buy a land for them? Do you know what the difference is? Environment. Nobody gets in the room for the sake of it. You have to learn to be able to use your mindset to learn one simple thing. I wrote a chapter about it in my book called The Test. Paying to play. So if you want to sell $1 billion, you need to learn to what? Invest, which means pay to play. Invest in relationship that gets you in the right room to sell the right product to the right person. That's where the money is. Am I making sense? Let me break it down. Particularly, I became friends with global heads of states in recent times. I became very well known in London, very well known. And in 2015, I went through bankruptcy in this country. I came back home after living in this country for about maybe over 12 years or so, 2015. I lost my business, went back to London, started driving taxi, Kabu Kabu. And in 2020, I became a millionaire in pounds. What changed? Environment, mindset, network, taking responsibility, that's a bit far. I realized that when you're selling, it's all about where you are. What it takes to make 1,000, it's again, I'll say it again and again, it's what it takes to make what? $1 billion. But you just need to navigate how to get in the right room and what? Make the right relationship. And the right relationship comes from the right network. How you appear, who you're meeting, who is connecting you, where you're meeting people, it's what drives the right sale to you. Does that make sense? Let me give you another case study before I go. I'll give one more. The power in your personal branding. Who here knows what it is to, as a salesperson, to build a brand, a personal brand? Show of hands. One. Okay. Let me take questions on this. Who here wants to ask me a question about branding? So I can answer the question rather than explain what the brand is. Pass the mic around quickly. I think someone from this section wanted to ask a question about branding. So as a salesperson, remember a lot of the other speakers already said, you know, people buy from who they what? Like, know, and trust. One more layer to that. The power of building a personal brand. So, okay, go, you're ready. Ask the question. Yes, please. So we're talking about a salesperson building a what? Personal branding. Go ahead.
Yes, as a salesperson, how am I able to differentiate my personal branding from the business itself?
Good question. When you're starting out, build a personal brand first before building a corporate brand. People already know the likes of who are the big boys in real estate in Abuja? Please, can somebody give me a few names, like company names? What? FDA Global. FR Properties. Boss Group. Good. So if you're a salesperson, it's important for you as a person in your organization. Let's say you're working in an organization. It's important for you to also build a personal brand. So you can use your personal brand in selling. You know, sometimes when you're having a conversation, these days, when you're having a conversation with anybody, the first thing they do is to look at your social media. They Google your name. Imagine you're a salesperson, all right? And I go to your sales page, and all I can see is your naked picture. Do you think I'm going to take you seriously? You're a salesperson, and you just told me, oh, my name is Funke Lawal. I said, oh, Funke, good to meet you. What do you do? Oh, I'm a realtor. Okay. I'm actually looking for some opportunity. And so, and he goes and just check. I'm telling you, this is in the UK, it's something that is so common. People just check you out because they want to know whether you're real or fake. And then what you're promoting on your social media, it's quite not what they expect. Automatically means there's a turn off somewhere. So, building the right type of social media that represents what you represent. Show your connection list. Where are you meeting the right people? I'm not saying fake it, because that's so something that is also so real in social media right now. People faking a lot of things. All right? And the reality is far from the reality is so far. So, building your personal brand starts from social media. Number 2, being knowledgeable about the product you're selling. So, we sell houses in England. We buy rundown houses, luxury houses, and so on. We don't really sell lands like that. But I need to know about the area. Am I actually doing videos telling people why Asokoro is the best area to live in? Like raising your kids, you know, if you're raising your children in Asokoro, it's different from when you're raising your children in Kubwa. Are you talking about the location, which allows the person to look at you on social media and say, okay, this person is quite knowledgeable. People are not just buying for the sake of buying these days. People are buying from knowledgeable people. What did I say? People are buying from knowledgeable people that have insights into locations. Why do I need to invest in this location? What is the return on investment in this location in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time? So become aware. So promote your social media with the information that you know is part of your personal brand. Thirdly, investing in published articles about your industry. Do you understand what that means? Invest in what? Published articles. Let me give you a very simple fact. And I'm going in on a very deeper level. When you first start this thing, they're quite expensive, but the more you are consistent, it becomes cheap. The very first article I was featured in on the news was paid. I gave someone 200,000 naira. I wrote something, they vetted it, posted it about my industry. So now, if you're selling something to someone, the person Googles your name and sees that you've written something on the news. What does that give you? What? Credibility. Now, someone then reads that post and says, actually, you might be the right person to come on the news, television, to come and explain why I should buy a house in Guzape. The power of what? Personal branding. How many points have I given to you? 3. Let me give you one more. How many of you ever heard about the power of other people's media? Other people's media. How about you start to look for celebrities that you can do a collaborative Instagram live with? By doing that, imagine you're interviewing Dr. Ugo about lands and having conversation about wealth creation. And maybe I'm just watching his social media and I just get, that young man sounds very educative. I think I might buy one land there. You've leveraged him. You've tapped into his network. You've tapped into his media. So 3 things you've done there. You've leveraged his media. You've tapped into his network. And finally, you have a payment in your account. You've done 3 things. The power of what? Personal branding. Listen, we live in a world where visibility is everything. Don't get it right or wrong. If anybody tells you anything less, but are you visible for the right reason? I cry for Africa because everybody is on social media and they're there as consumers. What are you producing on social media? Are you producing your product? Are you putting it in the face of the world? So, it's one thing to understand the act of selling and have the mindset, but then again, you do need to do many other things that brings in what? The sale. So you have to build the right visibility. And visibility is your what? Your brand. What do people know you for? You ask a lot of people in Africa, what do you do? They tell you, I do 5 things. Oh, I'm a realtor when I'm less busy. I have a cleaning company. I have this, I have that. You don't want that. You want to do just one simple thing. So when you're building a personal brand, you have to be very, very strategic, intentional, focused. So when you're starting your business or when you work for a real estate firm, or you are a marketer in the bank, your perception is everything. Your perception is what? Everything. And these things, creating them right from the get-go, laying one brick at a time, is what brings selling. Is what brings deals to your doorstep. So you find out that you're selling to people and people are actually just buying. Because guess what? You've already created an image of what you do that is very easily resonatable by your client or whoever you're delivering value to or exchanging that value with, that allows them to just like, know, and what? Trust you. So selling becomes so easy. How many of you would think I will come to Dr. Femi's event if he didn't have the right things to say to me? If he didn't have the capacity, I won't be here. Mr. Ogo won't be here. So, before stepping out there to just sell any product to anybody, there are things that you must have in place. You must be very clear. You must be very intentional about it. And these things has allowed me personally over the last 7 years do what I do best. And in closing, let me relate this to politics. Why do you think there's always political campaigns during election? What do you think they're doing to you? They're selling. Big banners, branding. Financial distribution or cash injection. What do you think they're doing? They're prospecting because they know they know people need that 2, 3, 4,000, so they come and mobilize you. It's all a process. From the moment we men, for example, a nice-looking woman walks past, and you say, I like that woman, in your head, there's already an intention to what? To sell to that woman. To what? Buy into who? You. So, all these different acts are acts of selling. And you just need to get good at doing them in the most, utmost way that allows you to generate and create generational wealth. So in closing, I want you to ask yourself one question. When you leave this room, are you ready to learn 3 things? Number 1, leveraging, networking, and what? Prospecting. So that selling becomes what? Easy for you. My brother Femi, thank you so much for having me.
That hands can be bigger and better. Are you just looking like that? The first key is what? Leveraging. And thank you so much. We greatly appreciate you, Dr. Daniel Moses, for pouring your heart out to us and sharing your wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much, Mr. Convenor. I crave the indulgence of everyone that got the copy of 48 Laws of Selling. Please come on stage and take a photograph with the author and convener of the Sales Power Conference. You would also have your book autographed as well. I have a copy of Sales 48. I bought a copy. Please raise your hand. I bought a copy. Yes, please. Come up stage. I have a copy of 48 Laws of Selling. Please come up stage. If I were you, I would frame this photograph. Enlarge it and put it in your room, in your offices. I want to buy a copy. Raise your hand. I want to buy a copy. Protocol. I want to buy a copy. This 25,000 naira offer ends today. Can I get protocol team? Please raise your hand. I want to buy a copy now. Protocol, I need these copies distributed. Media, can I have the account detail on the team ASAP, please? Copies of the book. Where are my protocol guys? Please, where are you? I need copies of these books distributed amongst these leaders standing. Can you please come up stage if you want copies of the book, please? Thank you. This offer ends today. The offer to get this book, 25,000 naira. When you go to Amazon, you're getting it for $25,000. So multiply it in naira. Yes, please. If you want to get a copy, can you kindly raise your hands up? Thank you. Thank you. I need copies of the books here, please. I crave your indulgence. Thank you. Then there are people also seated here. Can we have the book? Can you please join us so you can take photograph with the author as well? Yes. Can you do your transfer and get the book? Media, can I have the account detail on the screen, please? People behind who wants the book? Yes. Yes. I want the book. Please come up stage and you're ready to pay now. I want the book. I'm ready to pay now. It's just 25,000 naira. We have 5 minutes to do this. We should be out of here at 3 or before that. I want copy of 48 Laws of Selling by Professor Femi Joshua. Please, here. And then, can we have the account detail as well? Can we have it in written form if we can have it on the screen? Yes, can we have them here? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Can the media display the account number, please? Okay, let's have the hard copy. Thank you. Let's have the hard copy. So I'm calling it now. Thank you. So you're paying to FCMB with the account name African School of Sales and Management. Please make payment to the numbers 76. For the sake of time, due to time constraint, we might not be able to wait for that. So before he comes up stage, let's have it called out. So we together to FCMB, the number 76. I repeat, 76 36 05 9010. Do we get that? So I'm calling it again. First City Monument Bank, that's FCMB. The account name is African School of Sales and Management. Account number 76 36 05 9010. I have made my transfer. Raise your hand. Thank you. So from the audience, those who wanted to get a copy of the book, so I've made my transfer. Raise your hands. When you leave this venue, the rate goes back to the original figure. So kindly raise your hand. I got about 7 persons who raised their hands earlier. You're part of those who want to get a book? Please, can you raise your hand? Oh, fantastic. You already got a copy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's hasten up, let's hasten up. Have you been able to get your copy, miss? Pardon? The transfer, you've done it? Oh, network issue. Oh, okay. Can we sort that out later? Can you join them? Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me. You can join them just to get to be part of the photo, but then the book will be collected from you until the payment is done. Fantastic. Thank you. So do we have some persons still in the... You've not... Oh, Kindly send the proof of payment to the number 090 31 69 7107. Yes. So you get a copy of the book, but until we confirm payment, you may have to retract it from you. I hope you don't mind. So please, let's have the books, please. Let's hasten up. Let's have the books, please. Let's have the books.
All right. Abuja Sales Conference. The Sales Power Conference. The Sales Power Conference. Yeah, before we take, we're almost done, and we have refreshment. Then we'll network and take some pictures. But let me quickly say a few things. There are bigger boys that have registered for the event tomorrow, and they are not in the room today. Yeah, there are quality people that register for the special event tomorrow that are not. So don't use what you are seeing now to judge what will happen tomorrow. But there's something I want to do. I want to do something special for like 5 people. We have a particular target of audience we're looking at for tomorrow's event in Transcorp. And I think we are already there. But I just want to do something special to close this program. If I can get 5 people, that would do 100,000. Instead of the 50% that Dr. Ugo gave. I'll be willing to consider them. 5 people that will do, but you're already among the, okay, 5 people, please stand up, just come. 5 people that will do 100,000, that will be in the room. Hey guys, you don't understand what's going to happen tomorrow in the room. You don't understand. You don't even have an idea at all. So 5 people that can 100,000. All right. Are we up to 5 now? 1, 2, 5 people. Okay. So are you going to do the transfer now? Or you later? All right. 5. Are they up to 5? We have 4 now. 1 more person. Okay, we have 4 people. Sir? You are sponsoring 2 people. Della, please, let's get all of this. So, okay, 2 people. All right. So, for me, I think for me, it's just supposed to go extra mile. That's why it's to come down to that level. So, I'm sorry if you are not able to achieve that. Wait for your time. Because the truth is, even at that 100K, it's not expensive. If you know how much you are paying for Transcorp, we had options to use cheaper hotels. But because of the caliber of people that will be in the room, and because of the brand that we're also trying to build, we need to raise the bar. So the 5 people that have indicated interest, please, Dala, get their details. Their account number is there. Make the payment. And for everyone that have made payment today, hope you all have your detail written down, right? Because we're going to send the venue to you in Transcorp. You can't just walk to Transcorp and say you are looking for African School of Sales and Management. You need to get invitation from us. Everyone that has paid, we have their details. So this evening, we're going to send the venue, the particular venue in Transcorp, to you guys. Is that okay? Are we together, guys? Number 2, Dr. Daniel Moses has a special platform. Honestly, it's because we don't have time. Dr. Daniel Moses has a special platform. I am part of that platform. The last visit, when visited UK and we had a conversation in one of the top hotel, he made a statement that has not left me till now. He said, FJ, when you visit England, you should not be spending naira. You should not bring your hard-earned money that you worked for in Nigeria and be spending it here. You need an investment here so that when you come, you are spending part of the investment. And it's the truth, because for everywhere I entered, I will carry my calculator. They say 200 pounds, I multiply 200 pounds by 2010 to Fiapa. I walk away. So he said that we need to understand what it takes to earn in Forex. He has a special platform that many of us that want to earn globally. You want to sell globally. He has a special platform. And for everyone that are part of the, what's it called? The master class, we're going to have a special Zoom session with him. Because we don't have time, we're going to have a special Zoom session with him. He will give us some of the code and what we need to do. That will happen virtually. Then number 2, please, everybody here, carry your phone and follow all the speakers today. Now, first of all, follow me. The Femi Joshua. What I will do for you, I will do follow. So take a selfie of this program or just follow me and put hashtag the Sales Power Conference. Once I see hashtag the Sales Power Conference, I will know that you are part of this event and I'll follow you back. Do you have a deal? Do you have a deal? So pick your Instagram handle, the Femi Joshua or Doctor. Anyone, just put it there. You see, I'm visible on Instagram. All my social media handles, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, the Femi Joshua. Follow me, put the hashtag. Then follow Dr. Aruna also. Follow Dr. Ugo. And follow Dr. Moses. Now, apart from the virtual session, we're also going to have live session with Dr. Daniel next week. So you need to be part of the community. You're going to do IG live with him. I'm going to have IG session with him live. So you need to be part. So please make sure you follow everybody here. Follow Dr. Aruna, follow Dr. Ugo, and also follow Dr. Moses. Is that okay? Please, everybody, go on our social media, my handles, and share this event. On the Facebook page. Okay. On the Facebook page is still the Femi Joshua. Or Dr. Femi Joshua. So share and reshare this event. Let it go. But you can never tell who you're going to help out there. Is that okay? Is that okay? Yes. So we're almost done. After this, we'll take some group photographs. For our panelists, sorry we couldn't have your session today. Like I told her, in fact, all our panelists have access to the... If you have paid, fine, whichever. But we're going to have our panelist session tomorrow at the VIP because these guys are also loaded, but there was no time for us to actually have them today. They are also loaded. They are experts in their own space. So we're going to have the panelists tomorrow. And yeah, I think that's all.
Thank you so much. Can we please have the camera? Can we have the camera take a picture of this? Yes. Can we have the camera? Protocol, can we take this out, please? The lectern. Okay, can we move forward? Can we please move forward? The camera person's wanted. Can we please have the speakers also. So if you're interested in the certificate, just a token of 5,000 naira. I'm interested in the certificate from this training. Please raise your hand. Yes, can we have the general picture? Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Please, let's come.
I'm interested in the certificate. Raise your hand. Because of the space, we may have our speakers, our esteemed speakers, stand right here while the audience at the back, please. Due to space constraints, we crave the indulgence of our speakers to kindly stand just at the front of the stage. Please, everyone on this row, we crave your indulgence. Can you kindly join on stage, please? Can you kindly join on stage?